seat of my Model T and stabbed me in the bum. Got caught jerking off while visiting my mom.
My goodness.
Family dog done bit me, gave me rabies and lockjaw. I'm up shit creek.
I'm up shit creek.
Without a paddle.
Without a paddle.
I lost the war. But I won the battle. My treasure's lost.
Where did it go?
My money spent.
Someone took my money.
My baby's gone.
Oh, yes, so
she up and went. I'm on a one-legged horse without a saddle. I'm up shit creek without a paddle. My lady's pregnant, but the baby isn't mine. And pictures of my dad's new girl looking awful lot like mine. Knives didn't shake and stink, my clothes are torn and old. Spent 6 hours in a bread line, but all I got was mo. I'm up shit creek.
I'm up shit creek.
Without a paddle.
Without a paddle.
I lost the war. But I won the battle. My treasure's lost.
Where did it go?
My money's spent.
Who the fuck took my money?
My baby's gone.
Oh, yes, so
She up and went. I'm on a one-legged horse without a saddle. I'm up shit creek without a paddle. I'm on a one-legged horse without a saddle. I'm up shit creek without a paddle.
Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh yeah, you can find them at the market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery, it's just like a mini mall. Oh yeah, come shop with us. I said flea market. Montgomery, it's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, you heard me. Come shop. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. We got it. You need it. You'll find it. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, you heard me. Come shop. I said flea market. Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes. Oh yeah, you can find them at the market. We talking about flea market. Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Hey, hey, don't stop. Let's make it a dance. Come on now, to the left, to the right. Let's do this dance. Hey, to the left, to the right. Let's make this a dance. Flea market, Montgomery. It keeps you jumping. It's just like a mini mall. Check it out now, everybody. Like this now. Hey, hey, flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall. Don't stop. Let's dance. Flea market, Montgomery. It's just like a mini mall.
Let's bring it on down now. Oh yeah, I know you're gonna like this. Come on now.
It's just like,
you know what I'm saying.
it's just like,
You know what I mean.
it's just like,
You know it. So why don't you just come on and say it?
it's just like a mini mall.
Oh yeah, you said it. It's just like a mini mall. Oh yeah.
Where are you from, ma'am? Where are you from?
Io sono from Italia. Viva Italia, per favore, via la luce, mezzo male, mamma mia, da maledare. Ciacinca, buah. Figlia mia da fantasia, mamma mia, se facce tu.
I
How are
can't
you doing
understand her. I think
today?
she might be French.
Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato. You know, about New York. I like old rap, though. I don't listen to much new rap.
What's old to you, old rap? To me, it's
Let's see.
Jay-Z and Tupac. No? You've heard of Jay-Z.
Yeah, and Tupac. I've heard of both of them. I just don't listen to them like that.
And you got the script that I wrote? Grab the script.
I've been meaning to speak to you about this. I can't read these words. They're not in the right order.
It's good.
I think you might be dyslexic, bro. I'm not reading this. I'm gonna.
No, please.
I think you might be dyslexic.
Read the script once.
Okay, you want me to read the script?
Yes.
All right.
And action.
I'll read the words you wrote. Hello, fellow American. This you should vote. Me. I leave power. Good. Thank you. Thank you. If you vote me, I'm hot. What? Taxes. They'll be lower. Son. The Democratic vote for me is right thing to do, Philadelphia. So do. This doesn't make any sense.
All right, well then just say whatever you want.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
God, that's your sister.
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context.
Yeah. You know what? Just move past it. Tell the story, please.
Your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch,
Yes.
a whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
That's enough, all right?
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Jesus, man.
See, we all got what I call a life trap. There's gene deep certainty that things will be different. That you'll move to another city and meet the people that'll be the friends for the rest of your life. That you'll fall in love and be fulfilled. Fucking fulfillment. And closure. Where the fuck those two fucking empty jars to hold this shit storm. Like nothing's ever fulfilled. Until the very end. And closure. No, nothing is ever over. There's such a desperate sense of entitlement, isn't it?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
Oh shit. I already fucked it up. Oh shit. Pause it. Pause it. Perfect. It doesn't matter. Listen. I need to talk to you guys. Because I did something today. And here's the thing. Normally I wouldn't tell you that I did this, okay, if there was no fruit to come out of it. You know, if it wasn't fruitful, if you will. And I apologize if it's very nodey right now. Our internet has been a shit. Again, it's just been terrible. I don't know why. But I had to tell you because I need you to know that I made the effort. Okay, I made the effort. It started as a prank, like as a joke idea, okay? Here's the idea. Everybody has been, I did not spend too much on groceries, Sherlock Holmes, but I have to really be careful. I take my phone and I put it, either I leave it in the car now or I hide it in my purse. Otherwise, I am going to stand in front of the fruit section taking pictures, sending the pictures of the fruit to anyone in my phone who I can, and then just putting LOL and just waiting to see their response. It's one of my favorite things to do. My mom always responds very unexpectedly. She got me today. But it's my favorite thing. Some of you have received pictures like that, and for that, I don't apologize. Anyway, yes, it was fun at the grocery store. Here's the thing. I saw something on Twitter today. I'm having a hard time talking too because I'm so excited to tell you. I saw something on Twitter today, and it was a thread where people were like, I wonder who's going to get the first AJ interview with Alan Jackson, right? I saw people saying, you know, like creators going, I just want to put this out. Alan Jackson, you know, if you want to come on the channel and talk, I'm here. Same with Brennan. Like everybody really wants that sweet Alan Jackson interview, right? So I made a joke. And the joke that I made, the exact tweet, I believe was something like, is a total oxymoron, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I just thought it would be funny. Like, what if Alan Jackson doesn't do any other interviews, but he comes on our show and I just show him Marcus? Like, what if I just show him Marcus and Fredrickson the whole time? We don't talk about Karen Reed at all. And we get the first interview. Oh, good morning. Like, how fun would that be, right? So, got a couple of comments on it. Didn't think anything else of it, right? If you think I didn't reach out to Alan, to Hank, to baby Brian, and to Jen, you're out of your fucking mind, because I did. I've heard nothing back. But really think about that and how funny that would be. That's all. That's all I'm saying. How funny would that be? With that said, here's Jen McCabe.
I got what I call a life trap. His gene deep certainty that things will be different. That you'll move to another city and meet the people that'll be the friends for the rest of your life. That you'll fall in love and be fulfilled. Fucking fulfillment. And closure. Where the fuck those two fucking empty jars to hold this shitstorm. Like nothing's ever fulfilled. Until the very end. And closure. No, nothing is ever over. There's such a desperate sense of entitlement, isn't it?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
9-year-old Tokyo pimp Brian Albert Jr. is back with an all-new hotspot that answers the question.
Well?
This place, the Waterfall Bar and Grill, has everything. Geeks, Sherpas, a Jamaican nurse wearing a shower cap.
Bukkake. PB and jelly sandwiches.
Sneezing.
Energy forces.
A Russian man on a prepaid cell phone. The guys with afros. And look over there in the corner. Is that Mick Jagger? An albino that looks like Susan Powder. Germs. Germs? German Smurfs. Of course. And just when you think the fun is over, knock, knock, who's there? It's Black George Washington. And anyone can get in. There's no password. At the door, just do the Cosby face.
The Cosby face?
Yeah. If you want fun, then listen to this. Nightlife designer Tranny Griffith is back with an all-new club that answers a question.
This is funny, Ms. Reed?
And inside, it's just sick. Ice sculptures, winos. You'll see twinks, gypsies, puppets in disguise, a Teddy Ruxpin wearing mascara, human squatty potties. It's that thing of when you sit on the toilet. Giant 300-pound baby, and he spins records with his little ravioli hands. Based on the novel Push by Sapphire. If that's not enough for you, you can hit the dance floor with a human fanny pack. Inspired by true events. If you're well-to-do and you just gotta hunt humans. No. If you're looking to just get murdered. If you're drunk and handsome, doing cheap coke off your laundry card. If you're Irish or just white and violent, I know just the place for you. Built in the upside-down world, the Spy Curious Beach Party is the creation of Brian Albert Jr. This place has everything. Charts, graphs, PowerPoint. A guy who still thinks Jamba Juice is good for you. You want culture and you want it now. I've got the place for you. This hate speech haven is a creation of decorated dudes located in back out front, but in front of Asian house. As you walk in, you'll be handed a glass of champagne. Or is it piss? This place is gonna have everything. Ghosts, ghouls, goblins.
Little grab ass.
My son. A woman with nowhere to turn. A wise old turtle. And you'll have your own When Harry Met Sally moment when you share a special kiss with Gizblo, the coked up gremlin. They've got a special display of Jewish fireworks.
What are Jewish fireworks?
For the kids, there's a special workshop where you can build a bear, but not the kind you think.
It's like a bear hug or something.
So come by this weekend and check out a VIP section filled with turtlenecks.
Oh, sorry. Do you mean turtlenecks?
No. Turtlenecks. It's a thing when Like fat guys have a beard, but only on their chin roll.
But Stefan, for people who want culture, like regular culture, like theater, where can they go?
For that, try blindfolded theater group Shakespeare in the Dark. This year, they're performing the Scottish play.
Macbeth?
No, Jackbeth.
Okay.
And don't worry about security, because it's guarded by an army of hobo cops.
I got a text. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, I ordered some shoes on the dark web. These ones, I think it's blood. They also came with this VHS tape. It had a bunch of creepy stuff on it. More on that soon. But more importantly, the heel of one of the shoes was hollow, and it had this tracker in it, which was trying to send my location to a phone number. Now, I called the phone number, and the voicemail was really weird. So I left a voicemail, roasting the voicemail, and then they changed the voicemail saying to text them. I texted them. That was a couple days ago, and they just texted me back. Where did I just put the phone? Okay. Islanders. I'm just kidding. Sorry for the delay. Oh, wait. So I said, Dear Schumann, I found your number. Disregard that. Well, I messed up the text. Why were you trying to track me, and what do you need to explain? Also, the name of the site is The Schumann. The VHS was about the Schumann coming to get you or whatever, so that's why I'm calling him The Schumann. Sorry for the delay. Couldn't get a signal for a few days. Look, I've seen your videos. I know who you are. I know you think you know who I am, but you have it backwards. The tracker is mine. I was just trying to see where they went, but he never even put them on. I can't say too much on here, but I'm on your side. I don't want you to do what I did. More are on the way. Do not trust the Schumann.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case.
That was legitness.
Oh, hey Marcus, what are you doing on the shores of Normandy? Hey man, this place is really fucked up, dude. There's like a whole ass war going on over here. The fish people are fighting to defend these lands here. I don't think we should be here, Marcus.
I'm looking for my anal lump medication.
Anal lump medication? Brother, we're
Okay, sorry. Had to talk. Hey, real quick, let's go back to that because I want to see the Schumann text again. This is very interesting. This is a very interesting development. This guy got caught.
I got it.
He's trying to do a swerve. Okay. And the swerve is that he got screwed by the Schumann. It's very interesting angle he's taking. That's that guy's tracker. He got screwed by the Schumann. Exactly. Reverse psychology. I want to see it one more time. You guys tell me what you think. And look how happy Thunderkick is. And the fact that he's seen the videos is hilarious. And he is failing miserably. You're right. We're going to watch it one more time. And you really like it? I love the Backyardigans. Big fan. Let's watch it one more time.
The text. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, I ordered some shoes on the dark web. These ones right here. They had some gross stuff on it. I tested it. I think it's blood. They also came with this VHS tape. It had a bunch of creepy stuff on it. More on that soon. More importantly, the heel of one of the shoes was hollow, and it had this tracker in it, which was trying to send my location to a phone number. Now, I called the phone number, and the voicemail was really weird. So I left a voicemail, roasting the voicemail, and then they changed the voicemail saying to text them. I texted them. That was a couple days ago, and they just texted me back. Where did I just put the phone? Okay. Islanders. I'm just kidding. Sorry for the delay. Oh, wait. So I said, Dear Schumann, I found your number. Disregard that. Oh, I messed up the text. Why were you trying to track me, and what do you need to explain? Also, the name of the site is The Schumann. The VHS was about the Schumann coming to get you or whatever, so that's why I'm calling him The Schumann. Sorry for the delay. Couldn't get a signal for a few days. Look, I've seen your videos. I know who you are. I know you think you know who I am, but you have it backwards. The tracker is mine. I was just trying to see where they went, but he never even put them on. I can't say too much on here, but I'm on your side. I don't want you to do what I did. More are on the way. do not trust this human.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case.
That was legitness.
Oh, hey Marcus, what are you doing on the shores of Normandy? Hey man, this place is really fucked up, dude. There's like a whole ass war going on over here. The fish people are fighting to defend these lands here. I don't think we should be here, Marcus.
I'm looking for my anal lump medication.
Anal lump medication? Brother, we're in the middle of a war zone. There's a zombie right there.
Where?
Literally right there in front of us. There's a zombie just eating that guy. Like, we could see it. Yeah, Marcus did. That's a... I don't think that's going to work.
Bad boy.
He apologized.
My turn.
No, Marcus, don't eat that guy. Oh, God. How is that guy still alive?
My bad.
Okay. How should we get out of here? How should we get out of here, Marcus?
The Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, I'll follow your lead, Marcus.
Also, this is really exciting because as soon as I heard anal lump, I was like, oh my God, Marcus gets his glands drained? This is exciting. So does Mookie's. They have something in common. This made me very happy.
Should we really be walking? Like, I don't really think this is the time to...
I don't know if he eats people, but he captures them, carries them, he hits them, he humps them. He does a lot. I'd imagine he could eat them too. He is a worm. And I noticed something right here, which is why I paused it here, but I was going to pause it later at a different point, but you can still see it here. So may as well. But we very rarely see the back of Marcus. And when you do, there is this interesting thing right in the middle. Let me make it big so I can show you. Do you see the back of his belly right in the center? There's that weird band of protruding skin that worms have. So now it makes sense. He actually does kind of have a worm body, and that's why he doesn't have feet. Now, worms don't have hands, but I'm not going to be a bitch about it. I do still think he could be part shrimp. Also, Satan would like to thank you, Stevie. He wants to personally thank you and exhale. You mean exalt? Did your phone fuck up? You for your comment about cargo shorts. There you go. Yeah, thank you is a better one. Yeah, thank you. Here's the other thing. Yeah, everyone does kind of eat people. I mean, if you think about it, if you bite your nails, I eat people, I guess, because I bite my nails. Here's another thing. I was in the grocery store today. I already told you that. They played That Boy Is Mine. And then they played Genie in a Bottle and So Unpretty. They played a bunch of 90s songs. They played Sheryl Crow. They played Mandy Moore. They played the song by Jessica Simpson. Oh, it was crazy. It was really crazy. It could have been one of Stefan's clubs. I literally thought, I was like, is it 90s Day in the City? And I did. Laura fucking grounded. I'm not going to highlight that comment, but take it back. Take it fucking back. I don't want to have to bounce you from the channel. Take it back. I would never. And if I ever saw anyone do that, I would kick them while they're down. How dare you? No, Laura. No. Spray bottle. No. Andrew, if you're listening, I need you to go shake your wife. I need you to go shake her right now and tell her, no, bad Laura. No, you don't bite. Oh, no. I'm going to puke. I'm not going to say it, but you don't bite that part of your body. How dare you? I almost grounded you. I came so goddamn close. If you weren't Puerto Rican, I would ground you. Okay. Because I think it's a hate crime to ground a Puerto Rican. Okay. Listen. There were people in there that were dressed like the Delia's catalog. Do you guys remember? Do you remember that shit? Shaken wife syndrome is so fun. I'm sorry, that's fucked up, but it's also kind of funny. There were women in cargo pants, denim cargo pants with pockets all over, trip pants even. They were like denim trip pants. People like Jinkos are back. Jinkos are back. Jinkos Biloba, Jinkos, all Jinkos are back. People were wearing baby doll tops, midriff exposed, and Julia Stiles pants. And I was so upset. And I was like, how? Like, now that I'm an adult and I can afford this shit, like, I can't dress like that because I would look ridiculous. But how? How did it come so late? Like, why couldn't I be a part of it? Why didn't I get the memo? Anyway, my AGB fucking rules. I cannot believe that it's okay to still play sex and candy in the bread aisle, but it is. So that's happening. I think the 90s are back. I'm very excited. If it's the early 2000s, I'm hesitant. But if it's the late 90s, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. And just to let you guys know, I didn't manifest it, but for some reason I did see a lot of cargo pants today. Also, my friend Michael used to laugh a lot. He thought it was so funny, the idea of like cargo shorts and cargo pants to a funeral. What do you think? Appropriate or no? I've had this discussion a bunch. I might have brought it up on the channel, but is it okay? Have you ever worn cargo shorts or cargo pants to a funeral? Or trip pants, or Jinkos? Have you ever done that? If so, who died? Those are my questions.
The Aura Farm. Holy shit, dude, we almost got shot.
I think you're overreacting.
Yeah, no, I'm totally overreacting right now. There's dead people all around us. Come on, Long John Silver, let's go. Oh God, it's a tank in front of us, Marcus. It's a tank.
Okay, I do have to address this. I agree with your statement, but I have to disagree with it being okay. It was not okay to bring the corpse to a nightclub. I did not think that was okay, but for some reason, society allowed them to get over it. Allowed it to happen. There was not as much backlash as I expected for that situation. I know which one you're talking about. But yeah, Ginkgo biloba. It's a medication, you put it in your Jinkos. I don't think it's okay to bring a corpse to a nightclub. Cargo shorts on men and toddlers are the same thing. And why do babies need pockets? Who's giving them anything to hold? I never thought of it that way. That's actually a really good point. Guy Harvey fish shirt with cutoff jean shorts. I have to look up what Guy Harvey is, or Satan explain it to me because he would know. Yeah, they took it to the nightclub. I don't agree with that because if you're dead, you can't dance. So don't take them to the nightclub. Hello, Tombstones. Have you ever seen cargo shorts at a funeral? You've probably been to the most since you dig the holes. Stevie loves this conversation. Sassy is saying hi. Jingo biloba really hit hard with Satan. You really like that one, Stones. Doesn't that give you Giardia? Does it? I don't know. I hope not. Those are deep pockets, but not cargo. The baby on board, to me, that says cargo. So I think the baby goes in the pocket. I don't know why the baby has pockets. That's actually a great question. Guy Harvey is a fish t-shirt artist. Wow. They just be giving anyone jobs now, huh? Huh. Okay. Okay, then. You don't know anything about Guy Harvey? What about Girl Harvey? What about Steve Harvey? What do you know? Well, cause stop talking about feet, Laura. Grounded. You know what? Laura's the first person grounded since the Great Cleansing. She's brought up feet twice. Laura, where's Andrew? Go get Andrew. Get Andrew in here and put him in chat. You're talking too much about feet. You need a break. Okay? Too tight one. Then they're not cargo if they're too tight. If you can't fit weapons in them, they're not cargo pants, turd. We've talked about this. Jesus. Also, Turd wants to know, does anyone know what's going on with the Wi-Fi in Colorado? She thinks the government is fucking with it. They probably are. They probably are, but I don't know why. There's nothing worse than a man who puts his wallet in his lower right cargo pocket. That's not a man, that's a boy, Stevie. But I agree. I know about Harvey Danger at Flagpole said, I was in the malls looking into the mirror to see a little bit clearer. The rottenness and evil, Stevie. Yep, that song's about Stevie. Fingertips of memories. I can't forget the curves of your body. You know what? I'm going to put on Harvey Danger. I'm going to. If you keep it up, I'm gonna put it on because that is a great song. That song was very popular the same year as Sex and Candy. I smell sex and candy. That one. And don't even get me started on Bare Naked Ladies because I will. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and a brain stop ticking. I know every part. I can sing it all the way through. We will do that one day. Okay. With Down the Maison, I hope the Smoky Man's in this one like Harrison. Ford, I'm getting down trick. Sting, I'm down trick. Snickers guaranteed to. It's frantic and tantric. I fucked it up. Snickers are guaranteed to satisfy. Like Kurosawa, I make mad films. Okay, I don't make films, but if I did, they'd have a samurai. Gonna get a set of better clubs. Gonna find the kind with tiny nubs just so my irons aren't always flying off the back swing. That is such a good set of lyrics that I can't even comprehend. We're gonna have to do a whole rundown of the Bare Naked Ladies one day. There was a lot of cocaine involved in that band, and it was a good band. It was a really good band. It really was. We have to. There are people out there who do believe that song is about a murder. And I would love to deep dive that. Okay, here we go. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. Okay, now I'm stuck.
Holy shit. Yes.
Have you had a nice weekend?
Is this really the right time to talk about this? It was a nice weekend, though.
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I tried a new country fried chicken place. It's pretty good.
Have you tried the Costco rotisserie chicken?
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. It's gonna get a set of better clips. Gonna find the kind with tiny nubs just so my irons aren't always flying off the back swing. Gonna get in tune with Sailor Moon because that cartoon has got the boom man and me babes that made me do the wrong thing. That's it, right? I know it. I still know it.
Yes, we've talked about this. It makes you sick, Marcus. I don't think you should be eating that stuff anymore. I personally like. What are you doing? I personally like the HEB.
Hold on. Did he just say HEB? I just put this in because it was new. I had no idea. Guys, I think we're manifesting. I'm going back. Did he say HEB? Is Rolf Gator from Texas? What's going on here? What is going on here? Oh my God.
I think.
How can I help it if I think it funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile, though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who wears cargo shorts to a funeral. Can't understand what I mean. Well, you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of taking off my shirt. It's been, God, it's such a good song.
You're overreacting.
Yeah, no, I'm totally overreacting right now. There's dead people all around us. Come on, Long John Silver, let's go.
Do they don't have HEB in other states, right? It's just Texas? How does Robert know about HEB? Is he in Texas? I will go find him. And I will demand more Marcus and more Fredrickson. I love Marcus, but I need to see more Fredrickson.
Oh God, it's a tank in front of us, Marcus. It's a tank.
Thank you for this OSINT algorithm leaks. Thank you. I did not know that was out on Netflix. What a great movie. Renee Zellweger's best. Gave us the idea to do a comedy show on the roof once. That's how great that movie is. It inspired me. It actually doesn't stand for that, turd. How dare you? Squirt, squirt. How dare you? It stands for Henry E. Butts, right? Isn't that his name? Howard Edward Butts or Henry E. Butts? I can't remember. But the last name of the family is Butt. And they started the best grocery store on earth. No big deal.
Holy shit. Yes.
Have you had a nice weekend?
Is this really the right time to talk about this? It was a nice weekend, though.
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I tried a new country fried chicken place. It's pretty good.
Have you tried the Costco rotisserie chicken?
Yes, we've talked about this. It makes you sick, Marcus. I don't think you should be eating that stuff anymore. I personally like. What are you doing? I personally like the HEB. barbecue style rotisserie chicken.
That is a thing. That is a thing. It is the HEB hickory smoked barbecue rotisserie chicken. It is amazing. Henry eats butt, hump everybody. You guys also Sherlock or Satan, please can you email me the pictures from when you guys went to that dog park or whatever it was? I think you were at a dog park, right? I'd like to see pictures of that. I'd like to show the kids all the dogs in Atlanta. They have very interesting dogs in Atlanta. They don't look like our dogs. I'll just say that much, okay? Marcus is a worm in a VR world, and he's on the hunt for Jimbo James, who is a frog that only speaks Cantonese. It's a long story, but it will solve world crises. Yeah, it was an adoption day for dogs. Did I ever tell you guys about the time I saw, what's her name? Is it Jennifer Coolidge? She's the lady who plays Stifler's mom. I saw her here in Austin, like the week I moved here. It was like the first or second day I was in town. It had to be the second, because the first day was when Ric Flair, Randy Orton, and Edge had that big battle where they did a concerto on Ric Flair and blood shot out of his mouth. And then I was very disgusted by it. And then the next day, that's when I saw her. And it was an adoption thing. And she was trying to take all the dogs home. So that was crazy. She was out with Austin Pets Alive trying to give away puppies, and she ended up like taking them. Yes, they are real people all playing VR. And it could be us. Yeah, I'm taking the dog, dumbass. She literally did that. She took the dogs. She was like, if no one's going to adopt these, I will. She was walking up to people in the parking lot holding dogs like, have you seen this puppy? Like trying to sell the dogs on behalf of Austin Pets Alive. She fucking ruled. And I was like, how do I know you? Is that Stifler's mom? And then I got in the car and left. Fantastic lady. Very nice. But she was so cool. And I saw her. She was like loading dogs into her car. It was hilarious. Fucking great lady. Okay. Marcus is a VR worm. He's on the beaches of Normandy right now.
I think that's the shore, Marcus. I think we made it to the shore. Yeah?
The fish.
The fish.
The fish.
It's time to free the fish, yeah? Okay. I'm going to have one final emotional speech.
You're a fish fucker.
I'm not a fish fucker.
Fish.
Okay. First of all, there's.
Now, before we get into the topic at hand, we haven't done many Karen Reed updates because I've been busy manifesting baby Brian. I did actually find all the phone numbers I needed and called everyone I could, because there are only a few interviews I'm interested in, and it is solely for the purpose of showing them Marcus VR. That's it. That's all I want to do. Hello, Claudia. Nice to see you. So, oh, dude, no. Major milestones? I mean, it wouldn't be Brett. I mean, I appreciate this a great answer, but that wouldn't be my answer. No. It would be the ladder match between Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon. That would be one of them. And then it would be when the Hardys came out at WrestleMania. That was like a big deal for me. I broke glass that day and I got a tattoo to symbolize it. And then John Cena heel turn. That was a big moment for me. Cody Rhodes finishing his story. Big moment for me. No, I would never. I wouldn't. No, that guy's a fucking turd. John DePetro is such a disgusting, awful human that, like, I have no interest in ever speaking to him. Ever. Not even to grill him. I won't even go harass him the way I do Grant Smith Ellis. I won't even, like, I would never take part in a live with that guy. Now, Grant, if Grant wants to come on and see Marcus, if he wants me to show him Marcus and then debate him in a wildly debate about Islamic feminism, I would, but I would also surprise him with Mike from the Young Jerks, and then I would just turn Grant's mic down and leave Mike's mic up, and then just sit back and watch, because seeing Grant out of control and not being able to say the things he wants to get across and giving Uncle Mike the form to say everything he's always wanted to, oh, that would be beautiful. That's what I would do. I would fuck him up so bad. I would fuck up Grant Smith Ellis so bad on the internet and in this platform that I would absolutely bring him on without a doubt, because it would be so fun. It would just be so fun. C. Smith, feel free to lurk. I know EB's having some internet problems. She might need to lurk. Ryan F is loving this. Claudia says hi, Satan. Yeah, he does. He talks about a lot of things. Literally, he talks about a lot of things. Yeah, totally. I was one of his mods, but I got kicked out. So, you're perfect. Hugin, did you send them? Did you guys send them? I'll go pull them up. Yeah, turd only mods for me and pedophiles. That's it. That's all. She's too busy. You got timed out. They did the same thing to me, and then they booted me. All because of that goddamn Deaf Otter person. Whoever Deaf Otter is, listen up. Stop blocking me. I'm trying to be friends with you. Anyway, here we go.
We were hearing from the special prosecutor in the Karen
that was
Reed
other thing.
retrial, a gag order.
So Hank Brennan finally spoke out. I haven't even seen what it is, but we're gonna find out, because it's probably something dumb like, she fucking did it and I'm angry and that's the thing, is he can never say that he wasn't given the best possible opportunity to get the verdict he wanted. So thank you, Bev. Thank you, Bev. You booted me? Well, I respect it. I don't know what to say. I respect it. Fucking crazy, but I do. Did I? Is that what he said? Stupid son of a bitch. Yeah, he would. He would say, like, I wish I could have. Something went wrong. He's going to blame the jury. But here's the thing. Bev gave him every opportunity. She set him up for success, and he fucking failed it. So, I mean, of course, he's going to complain and not have anything to do. Like, he can't do anything about it because Bev fucked her up so bad with all of the lack of evidence that Karen was able to bring in, the restrictions, I should say. There's just no way around. There's no way around it. Hank got beyond a fair shake. He got an unfair shake. He got so much extra head start, if you will. He was given so many more opportunities. He was given the benefit of the doubt every single time, even when he didn't deserve it. He was allowed to do egregious things. He was allowed to lie. He was allowed to perjure. He was Eddie Guerrero out there. He was lying and cheating and stealing. He was allowed to do it. They overlooked all of it, and he still fucking lost. Why? Because he's a bad heel. He's bad at what he does. He's not popular. So mid-card to you, sir. To the mid-card you go.
Brennan from talking during the trial. But with that over now, Brennan weighing in on the verdict and the fallout. NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg live in Boston with this story. Eli, what are you hearing?
And Glenn, days later, people here in Boston, beyond, really still talking about this, as we do hear from the special prosecutor, Hank Brennan. Pretty pointed statement right here, answering some of those lingering questions, adding that he did an independent review of everything and found no one else responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. This evening, we are hearing from this special prosecutor in this case for the very first time.
Not guilty.
Days after this.
Pausing it to say something. Hank Brennan did an independent review on everything. No, you didn't. And the reason we know that is because you got so much wrong from the first trial. He got so much wrong from the first trial. And he even said himself he hasn't had time to catch himself up when they had already started the second trial. So if you're just now, days after the verdict, done reviewing everything, that's pathetic, and you're a horrible prosecutor. You should stick to defense attorney for the mafia, because I've said it before, I'll say it again a million times over. Whitey Bulger got away with a lot. He only needed you to prove he wasn't a rat. You couldn't do it, and then he got turned into spaghetti in prison. So you are not successful, sir. That was a bad bad. You did a bad. And the thing is, you had every opportunity. It was literally rigged in your favor and you fucked it up. So don't say that I have determined after looking over everything. You haven't looked over everything. You're still not done. It is so pathetic. And by the way, HIPAA is right. He's complaining about everybody else getting harassed. What about the fucking jurors? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Grant Smith Ellis's stream that I was on, there's a reason why I was bothering him on that stream. And it's because he did a racism, and he did a few of them. And he attacked a woman who was a juror, and he put out false information about her. And he equated her father-in-law's misdeeds with her. And he threatened her. He called her really insane things I'm not even going to repeat here. Yeah, Hank did an audit of himself and found no intentional wrongdoings, nor indications of any wrongdoings. But he did do wrong. He did wrong. He didn't do right by a damn soul in that trial, and he shouldn't have had anything to do with it. They didn't need a special prosecutor. If they needed a special prosecutor, they should have got someone good who has prosecuted before. So ridiculous.
Good morning. Attorney Hank Brennan releasing this statement. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Brennan going on to say he took the Reed case and reviewed all the evidence himself. Brennan saying, after an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. John O'Keefe died on January 29, 2022, after being found outside a Canton house. Reed was charged in his death, but last week a jury acquitted Reed on murder and manslaughter charges. She was convicted of OUI. Reed's two trials drawing enormous worldwide attention and claims from some witnesses of witness intimidation, something that Brennan spent time addressing in his statement, saying the campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this
Pausing it. This is a very interesting statement. Let's look at it one more time. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded is a big word I want you to remember, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Affecting both victims and the criminally accused. It will threaten the integrity of our judicial system. Remind me one more time, who got a couch? Who got a couch? What was it, from Rooms for Rent or some shit? Who got a couch for her role in the whole Turtle Boy thing? Who did that? That was Kate Peters, right? Okay, so she got a couch out of it. Okay, fair enough. Who else was funded and promoted? Let's think about that. Oh yeah, you know what's interesting? On Facebook and on Twitter, what's her name? Latimer? Is that her name? Latimer? And Kate Peters, and there's another one that they're homies with that they suck out of those three girls. I can't remember the third one's name, but they're these three chicks who they're fucking crazy. It's not Lindsay Gattani, but it's another one, and they are wholly anti 100% Karen Reed, so much so that they have threatened people online. Coffin Digger would be one of them. She's one of their homies. It's somebody else, and it's not Wolfgang Bodie, whose name is Matt, by the way. Matt is from Hull, Massachusetts, and his family owns this store there, and he's besties with a bunch of people on the other side of the case. His family is. So anyway, those people, they make the horrible AI shit where they edit everything out of context. So what's interesting is, if you look in, Kim, that's the other one, Kim. She's the one that, Dumb Kim. That's what Jen Altman calls her. Oh, she did. She finally got a toilet. Good. Maybe she can stick her head in it and flush. Just do that to herself. That would be fun. I've never met anyone so unlikable that they don't have any real life bullies. Like like even the bullies are like, no, you're just fucking gross. Yeah, that Kim Fair. If you go look at their posts lately, it says promoted in the corner. It says promotion and promoted. Okay. They literally paid to have their posts where they are intimidating and talking shit about jurors. They paid to have them boosted. Okay. I have yet to see a single post from Video Jesus, Microdots, Olivia Lambeau, even TB. I have yet to see a single one of their posts ever promoted or boosted. And what that means is you can go into the advertisement section or into your settings on your Twitter, on Facebook, even on Instagram, and you can pay to have your post promoted and sent around. Some people do this to get more attention to their page. It's a totally legitimate marketing resource that frankly should be available to every person on earth because it's available to advertising companies. And if we live in an America where our bodies and our whole selves are seen as businesses, which we are, by the way, I don't know if you knew that, ever since the whole Enron controversy, and I think it was Bush, right, who made it to where you yourself can be considered a business. Ever since that, you should be able to, but they've been doing it for the harassment. So I find it funny that he says funded and promoted because he's insinuating that the Free Karen Read people are, for some reason, promoting stuff against the O'Keefes and that everyone's being paid, when in fact, it actually applies to his side. And I find that very interesting. Anyway, I'm going to let this
type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused.
What if people were genuinely afraid to testify?
Defense attorney Peter Ellikin says the justice system only works if witnesses feel safe to come forward and honestly testify.
There should be no intimidation or harassment because otherwise that would be the end of the criminal justice system and the fair adjudication of trials.
And the focus now shifting to the civil side. Reed is facing that civil wrongful death lawsuit filed by the estate of John O'Keefe. Depositions there were on hold while that criminal case was ongoing. They are now set to resume. Live in Boston, Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are at first, for me, I thought Karen Read was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning, but as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill, and there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm, didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something.
So for those of you who don't know, this is one of the jurors that spoke out. She's Brazilian. She's from Brazil. She speaks broken English because she speaks multiple languages. She was a lawyer in Brazil for a long time. She was also a paralegal in Brazil. She had, I think, 3 or 4 kids. Okay. I went through her Brazilian resume, which is fucking amazing. And every single job she has ever had in Brazil, you do have to translate quite a bit, but I mean, they're all legit. She's listed on the registrar for every single job at mostly universities. She is a brilliant woman. She's very smart. She has her name included in quite a bit of law research articles from Brazil. I actually learned quite a bit about the Brazilian judicial system. It's actually a little more complicated to get a law degree in Brazil. There are standards and practices that we actually don't have here. For example, there's a lawyer in Austin who he's our DUI guy. And the reason everyone loves him is because he himself has had quite a few DWIs and DUIs. I think I showed you some of his ads. He also is one of the few lawyers who was able to get the bar to accept ads, because it's just like real estate. Like, your ads have to be approved before they can go out on TV or YouTube if you're a lawyer. So our guy, Adam Raposa, he himself had made a video where he is in his truck just smashing a friend of mine's car. I think he was actually drunk when he filmed it, which is terrible. But he kicks windows out in it and he's just screaming, "I'm Adam Raposa. I'm a lawyer." And that's it. Like, that's the whole ad. You can't get away with shit like that in Brazil. Like, there are things you can do here. There's a lawyer that was on live PD busted with like a ton of drugs. Fucking Nick Rakita, dude. Like, you can get away with a lot as a lawyer here, that if that happens in Brazil, the standards and ethics committee will be like, "Nah, fuck you." And you lose your law license forever. Getting it is very difficult. I saw someone in a chat say that it's so easy to get there. It's no big deal. It's like an online course. I was like, are you in a fucking mind? No, that's not true. Here's another thing. It's really hard for women. I can't remember his name. Is it Balsenor? They have, if you think Trump's fucked up, the guy who used to run Brazil is insane. He might even still be there. I'm sorry that your stomach hurts. Ate too many snacks, Jesus. She actually, you know what, Laura? She kind of reminds me of you too, like coming out of court, like your synopsis of what you saw in the first part of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial before the sentencing. Her reflections they do remind me of yours. Like, you were being very fair to Lori. Like, you really were. I know that at times it might feel unfair because there's so much negative shit going against her and she did so much awful shit, but I think you were being extremely fair to her. I feel that way. I trust this woman. Like, I believe her. I don't think she's trying to put one over on anyone. And she's not about to allow people to put words into her mouth. When she talks, she speaks in a little light broken English. And it's because sometimes it is hard to translate spoken compared to written. If you see her on X, Paula, she is amazingly well spoken. She is hilarious. She's been clapping back at the AFKRs harder than a lot of the FKR people who are nuts on Twitter. Like, she has taken it to a level where she makes them all look like little baby bitches. If you're not on X, you haven't seen it, I will pull some up to show you. She is eloquent in her speech. She's extremely funny. Like, I cannot stress enough the comedic timing on this woman. The sarcasm comes through on some of her responses, but she's not rude about it. She's just like, oh, this is hilarious. Like, she's not taking any of them too seriously. And I absolutely love her for it. And they are seriously threatening her. There are people who have said she should be deported. There are people who have said she should be shot. There are people who have threatened her children. Krusty Panties being one of them, saying, I know you have 4 kids. Like, basically saying, I know where you live. They have doxed her. They have done every single thing you can imagine. And she has laughed and posted pictures of her dogs out on the beach. And by that, I mean her feet. And said, yo, it's a beach day, bitches. And it's like, they get so mad about it. They called her cankles and she didn't even have cankles, which I found very rude. And she was just like, ha 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 ha. Like, she's so funny. John DePetro even tried to come at her. And it was just incredible. Her responses to him are the best. Like, she makes them all look like dog shit. She is speaking in English. Her first language is Portuguesa. She's Portuguese, which I'm a little Portuguese. Appreciate you for that, ma'am. I'm a Portuguese Mexican Polak. Okay, she's Portuguese. Portuguese. One of my favorite movies, Cidade de Deus, is a Portuguese movie, and it's like Slumdog Millionaire 2.0. It's amazing. Excuse me. And that's her first language. It's a very difficult one to speak if you speak English and are trying to learn Portuguese and you speak Spanish, because it's a lot different. Like the word bug can mean something totally different. Anyway, she speaks multiple languages. English is not her first, but she was so good at speaking multiple languages. She is a translator. That's something that I don't even know if she's brought up yet, but she was a translator in Brazil. They would have her do briefings where she translated to English. She's smart. She's a lawyer. She cannot practice here in America because that's not how law licenses work. But she moved here to be a mom and raise her kids with her husband. She took a job when she came here working at Target. She needed the flexibility, probably easy job. Probably didn't really actually need the job, but some people just, I have friends who have a lot of kids and they will take a job at a convenience store just to get out of the house, So it's wild to me, the racist shit, the anti-world, the keep me in the box and let me hate on anybody who's not 100% America talking like this. Like, shut the fuck up and leave this woman alone. Anyway, she spoke out. Everybody's gone full-blown racist at her. They've Grant, his whole thing, and the constant AFKR thing that they're linking her to is that it says true crime lover in her Twitter bio. She has had a Twitter for many, many, many years. She just reopened it and started using it because the one that she had literally had barely any tweets. And she updated her little bio and she put true crime lover stuff about her in it. And they're acting like this is shit that happened before the jury. Before she was ever involved in the FKR stuff. She's not involved in the FKR stuff because she was before. It's because she found Karen not guilty and then got on Twitter and decided this is how I feel now. So with that said, that's Paula. She seems like a sweet lady. She has been putting up with the worst threats and the most horrible things. Hello, you two bad actors. Nice to see you. And she's just been hosing all of them with jizz when they come at her. And I absolutely love her for it. And what's even crazier is this whole thing has devolved. I really thought all the doxing and stuff would stop when this was done, but it seems to have gotten way worse because, and I'm not saying it's right or not right. It is what it is, okay? Because I'm hesitant to even speak on it. Yeah, she shrugs it off. It's beautiful. But I will say this. A lot of the people who are threatening her and saying awful things about her, their personal information, their name, their work, it's all been put out to the public now. Not just by regular people who are FKR, but Turtle Boy himself is like, this bitch threatened a juror. Here is her name, number, where she lives, everything about her, about this lady who did that to her. And now it has become a free-for-all. So everyone is doxing everyone now. I mean, big time. There are some people that I was like, I wonder if they're ever going to be exposed. And they were. And I was frankly shocked. I knew who they were, but I'm not a piece of shit. But I'm just like, I can't believe someone went to that level. I'm not going to say stooped because frankly, the person deserved it. But there are people that I just didn't think anyone would ever uncover. And then they posted it. And I'm like, there you go. Finally. But at the same time, part of me struggles with that because it's like, if that can happen to them, it can happen to you. No, maybe you didn't say anything racist. You're not a dirtbag, but the fact is they are, and they could do that to you. So you just have to be very careful with this shit. But it has become an unmasking nightmare, like Scooby-Doo style. Like this goes. Accounts are leaving. People are fucking putting people's phone numbers out. I'm like, holy shit. I'm sitting in the back observing because been there, done that. But goddamn, the way they're treating this woman and the grace with which she handles herself is unbelievable. It's wild. With that said, this is Paula. Please enjoy.
Maybe he lost his shoes in this process, but in my opinion, he definitely went inside and something happened inside the house. You know, the technicality.
I am going to go back because I want to let her speak all the way through.
Week, we are at first for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning, but as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill, and there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John O'Keefe's family leaving the courthouse melted my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But you were emotional at the end.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like...
Okay, I do have to pause and say something, because it just occurred to me while we're talking about Grant Smith Ellis being a fucking piece of shit and dicking all over our girl. Dad's boyfriend did something amazing. You know how I told you guys that's assault? Likely, unless we're doing Karen Reed stuff, it's going to be retired unless we need it. And that if you want to get it, you have to go to his page, which, by the way, I'm going to post the little underscroll bar for those of you who haven't seen this yet. If you go to his MC Lunchbox with 2 X's, if you go to his page, okay. No, that says Morgan and Morgan Ain't My Baby. That's not the one. Hold on. Let me pull this up. So was it Angela Whiter? Who was it? One of you guys, he was playing. One of you guys wanted to hear Grant Smith Ellis' song. That's assault, right? Here it is. That's where you can catch him. So while he was live doing a DJ set, and he told me about this, I'm going to go listen to it again because it's so genius. He did a remix, I guess, because the first one was a remix. The second one was a remix of the so it's a remix, I guess, but it's a live one. So I don't think they heard it, but that was a good one. He remixed the That's Assault dance that we know. And I'm talking like live DJ, like wiki type of shit. And it's fucking bomb. And you can go see it on his page if you want to. Yeah, and he's not even a reporter. He's a radio personality. He talks shit on Dimebag. He can get fucked, John DePetro. He's also like he has sexual harassment charges against him, okay, from his old job, from the female coworkers. He has a history of oh my god. He has a history of wildly unhinged behavior. And he's the guy, he's got mugshots from chasing a guy who he said murdered a woman, which I think the guy did murder a woman, but not before he lunged at John DePetro with his lawnmower. So that was kind of funny. You can see that guy attack John with a lawnmower, but they both got put in jail. And I put his mugshot on X and he blocked me. But it did get almost, I think it was like 700 and something like. So I feel very good about it. Also, I did put Juggalo makeup on him if you'd like to see. You are just full of gases. Yeah, ow, indeed. That sounded like it ripped. So, yeah, he's a Rhode Island boy through and through, and I apologize to anybody from Rhode Island, but by God, dude, you heard the burp from California? They heard that. The mic always blocks that. That's how loud it was. That was pretty good, huh, C. Taylor? C. Taylor's impressed. You heard it, EB? You're wearing Juggalo makeup right now, turd? EB loves it. Okay, excellent. Yeah, he claims to be religious, but, you know, pray for his hairline. Because John DePetro is a nasty, or Pedo? Is that his name? Sorry. Anyway, he's getting his. But Paul is the best. And if you want to hear a remix of That's Assault, you can go to MC Lunchbox's channel. Here you go.
Great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy. The story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. You know, so I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little.
Oh my God, Bupa DePetro? Jesus, that's so funny, Glam. Oh my God. Listen up, Turtle. Bupa DePetro and Listen Turtle are my favorite.
So, not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers. They know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Well, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, like what as they show was that things don't connect to each other. The injuries don't connect with the tail light, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I study law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive.
I have to remember these things. Sharing creates. Still love your name to this day. Yeah, I keep forgetting you guys aren't all on X, so y'all might miss some of this hot, sweet, juicy goss. So let me give it to you right now. Thank you for reminding me. There has been some successful catfishing that has gone down, and normally I would advise against it, but it is so funny that I'm like, fucking here, brother. Somebody hit up John DePetro and said, I'm a juror. I have shit to say. Gave him a fake interview. Then he goes to post it and they ghosted him. It was not a real juror. He looked like a fucking idiot. And it was so funny. He kept trying to arrange to get them on and it just didn't, because they're not real. So fucking genius. Coffin Slopper found that guy Wolfgang Bodie, Matt from Huff. Yeah, fake juror 17. It's just so funny to me. 2 people catfish him now. Well, great. We will gasfish him as well. He got court fished. That's true. That's what happened. Not to mention the Matt guy, Wolfgang Bodie, the most insufferable of all because of his voice, quite frankly. It doesn't matter what he's saying. Even if he was pro Karen Reed, I'd be against him because his voice is that bad. He put out a series of AI shorts where he clipped Paula's interview here to make it look like she's saying that she downloaded X while she was deliberating in the jury room. And then he posted it and he sent it to Jennifer Coffinslopper. And Jennifer posted it. And immediately you could tell it was AI. But remember, Jennifer knows AI because she worked on AI with her buddy in the FBI for 25 years before it was even a thing there in the FBI that they were focusing on. Fantastic. Wow, Jen, you were really ahead of the time. Liar. And also her response to that was AI generated, which was even better. So she gets duped with this AI video. She puts it out. Everyone's like, you stupid, stupid bitch. This is edited. This is a deep fake. You're an idiot. She then takes it down and gets mad at Matt. Now, before she took down her response, that was just so racist, shitting all over Paula and just completely against the ethics of retired FBI agents. I took a screenshot. So if you'd like to see that, I do have that available on X because we're not going to let her forget that she said that shit. And yeah, she shared it because she's that smart. So now her and Wolfgang Bodie are fighting because she shared his fake shit and she trusted him as a dear friend who is a boy 20 years younger than her that she's never met. Not creepy at all, you wine bag slapping piece of shit. Anyway, thank goodness for Paula Prado. She speaks her mind. Also, Bettero is killing it, just destroying her online. It is so fun to watch. If you want to see Mark Bettero, attorney Mark Bettero, infamous for, I'm going to say he's infamous for 2 Mark Betteros in a trench coat. He is destroying Jen. And frankly, everybody on AFK right now on X. It is fun to watch. I highly recommend starting a burner account just so you can go through it and see it and then just ditch your X. It's so good. It's so funny. Wow.
Positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reed a few days before John O'Keefe's death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentence right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal, what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened today through the day because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
By the way, it is weird that there's a head bobbing there. It's like the Sex and the City movie with the boom mic, irritating. But also, what a great spot to pause. I apologize, Paula. I'm going to let her there so we can give her a better pause face. They've done so much to this poor woman. I'm not going to do more. It is weird to see a reporter standing directly in front of the camera while filming their subject because it is strange to look at. I don't know why they did that, but she did this interview. She just got home from a beach day with her family. And then I think she was going to literally like take out the trash or something. Or when they pulled in, they saw reporters there. So she like left her house after her only day where she had the full day with her family since the trial, where she could talk about what she was going through. It's probably very stressful for her. She comes out on her lawn and she gives this interview and they just caught her it was at night. Like literally her whole day. She could finally unload on her family. This is what I've been going through. This is what the trial was like. They decide to go to the beach. They get some food. They have a day. She can relax. Her husband is with her finally. She gets to, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot. It's like a whole family day. And she gets home, and then there's reporters on the lawn. So does she get mad? Does she get pissed? Does she threaten them with juror intimidation and have them put in jail? No, she comes out and she's like, what do you guys want to know? What's up? I'm Paula. She fucking rules.
Beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or, with the pressure of the...
Clam, you would not have gotten the water hose, don't trip. You would have gotten that duck. That duck that you have, is he trying to get his beak in the turkey's ass? Because I've rewatched that video a few times to like look at your little farm. I love all of them. I love the birds. What is that duck just constantly trying to get his beak in the turkey's ass? What's going on there? Something's up. Something's up with that duck. Anyway, moving on.
The big crowds outside every day chanting, like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until, I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion for him before we get in there. So some people might thought differently. So we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was.
That's what I'm saying though, Hippa. Isn't Brazil run by Bolsonaro? That guy is like, imagine Trump mixed with the guy in the wheelchair from Breaking Bad with the ding, 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 the evil one, the oxygen thing. Imagine them mixed together and becoming a person. That's who Bolsonaro is. And the suppression of women there is insane, and the high standard for women to practice in law is pretty fucking high. So props to her, definitely props to her. And I agree, Laura, the reporters went to Michael Morrissey's fucking house. No one called the cops on them. Yeah, Hector Salamanca, that guy, he's Hector Salamanca and Trump together. That's Bolsonaro. It's fucking terrifying.
It was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. It's the judge told us not to talk about it, but of course, there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this.
Also, I believe it's don't talk about it until today, because now the gag order is officially lifted as of today, which is why I think Hank Brennan gave his 2 cents, if that makes sense.
Into that until we got to a consensus, but nothing heated, no.
Just to be clear, the duck that sniffs the turkey's ass and won't get its beak out, you named it Benson. I am fucking flattered. I am totally flattered, and I would be that duck. You're right.
Make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened.
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him. So this idea come from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light, the way that was presented.
By the way, I just want to point out for anybody who's wondering, well, what did her father-in-law do that was such a big deal that Grant and all the AFKR people are after? They have overblown, taken out of context, and completely misinterpreted. Like, I don't know if they're stupid. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if they ate a brain tumor for breakfast. I don't know. But they read the same court documents I read, and it's really ridiculous. Basically, her husband's dad, it seems, he took some work home with him, and he's Egyptian, I believe, and he was working for I don't really know exactly what his role was, but he was doing some shit for the government, and he took some work home with him to work on it, and he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. I don't even think it was like paperwork. I think he just like took his work computer home, and then they were like, you can't do that. Like, you're not supposed to do that. They found out, he got in trouble for it. End of story. Like, that was it. Grant turned this into, he is the one who started World War III. This man, he even at one point said CSAM or CP. Like, he made it out to be something that it absolutely was not. And then he claimed that this guy, like Iran Contra style, is trying to fucking take down the American government and that she's a spy. He's full blown whacked out of his fucking mind. If you told me that Grant was snorting kratom during that live, I would 100% believe you, because that's what it seemed like. He's crazy. Don't listen to anything he says. It's really nuts.
On that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OEY was the only thing we can do.
Yeah, that's a good point, Laura. Thank you for bringing that up. Grant is the same guy who called the police on an unarmed black man and then said he was armed just to try to get that guy killed over some weed convention shit. And then he tried to get Mike Crawford, Pub Uncle Mike, tried to get him in trouble with the cops and like literally tried to ruin his life. He's actually maybe a little worse than Giardia. Not even gonna lie, he's really terrible. Yeah, he's whacked out of his fucking mind. I don't know what kind of weed he's smoking, but it's definitely not real. Like, I think he's smoking Delta 8 or something. Yeah, the whole board had to vote to kick him out. He also like awards himself these fake awards. It's really fascinating. He's so strange. What a strange individual. When I open-mindedly went in there trying to be his friend, he mansplained Islamic feminism to me, which is not a thing. And yeah, I was actually kind of sad when he was like, brilliant screen name, because now I'm like, fuck, should I change it? Because if that guy fucking likes it, that's a problem. But I won't, do you think it has mold? Do you think the weed has mold on it? If he keeps it too close to Wendy's vibrator, we really need to check his weed, because I'm pretty sure that shit can travel. Also, Uncle Mike did, powdered saliva. Never knew that was a thing. You mean salvia? Either way, agreed. A dangerous simpleton, absolutely. He's like if Templeton was dancing through the trash with a gun. Okay? Yeah, he has an anal condition, so he has colitis, which I called colonitis, and he didn't notice. So that's a problem. I watched it for a long time. I watched all of it. That's how I know he's insane. That's exactly how I know he's insane. Oh, it was? Oh. Well, here in Austin, back during the Great Depression, the state hospital had a bunch of nutbags in it who went crazy because they could only eat this form of like gruel, like this porridge. And it was just, I can't remember if it was wheat or buckwheat. It was basically like a mash that was tantamount to glue, and it caused a severe vitamin B12 deficiency. So all of these people started to exhibit signs of extreme deficiencies in certain vitamins. And your brain, which can cause this syndrome where you crave human flesh. And they started ripping each other's arms off and eating each other. And now there's a graveyard out on Avenue F where it's just body parts that they found after they had to shut it down because the orderlies were going crazy and trying to eat people. So there is a body parts cemetery where that location used to be, because that's all they ate for months, and that's what they think happened. So yeah, I believe it. I believe that the weed could make you absolutely crazy. I believe it. You should take your Centrum. Go ahead and do that right now. And be careful out there.
Denied because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking, so we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or,
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand, but the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear my mind, just focus on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent, and I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
First, we're following new developments in the Karen Reed retrial fallout. The post-verdict reaction is two families close to John O'Keefe and who are very familiar to us. They're speaking out on the verdict. The McCabe and Albert families spoke to ABC's Nightline. And you'll recall that Karen Reed dropped John O'Keefe off at the Albert's house for an after party. Their house was where the body was discovered in the snow, 34 Fairview. We heard it throughout the trial. Here's the homeowner, Brian Albert, who testified in the first trial, but not the second, explaining why he didn't go out in the cold to help John O'Keefe.
I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It makes zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Albert also said that their families have been failed by the criminal justice system. His wife said that people should think twice about.
It's like, chill out, dude. I just asked you if you want fries. His response was so over the top for what they were asking him. That was very surprising how aggressive he got. Holy shit, dude. Calm down. We just asked you if you went out. Like, chill.
Testifying as witnesses because they got no protection in this case. They also said the defense could have easily gotten their DNA from their dog, Chloe, but they didn't ask. The Alberts say that despite the negative attention, they love the town of Canton and they don't plan to move away. Let's bring back in our guest, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Joe Tamburino, to talk about this new development in terms of the Albert and McCabe family speaking out. What do you think about what Brian Albert said in terms of his explanation that many question why he never went outside during the attempt to save John O'Keefe's life on his lawn?
Well, I think what he's saying makes sense, and it should have been part of the second trial. There's no doubt about that. I mean, look, we learned two things, right, just from this statement, which easily could have been made in the second trial. Number one is that by the time he woke up after a night of drinking, the body was already gone. The police were already at the scene. Number two is he also said the police were in his house. So that's one of the first times that, we're hearing that the police actually went into his house. This would rebut a lot of what the defense said, that the police never cared about anything and never went into the house. But, this all brings up the greater point of what's going to happen to victims and victims' families in the future. Will they have to do a media campaign, just like, Ms. Reed did in her case. She did a fabulous media campaign. There's no doubt about it. Are you going to have to rebut that in the future by victim and victim families also doing such a campaign?
How do you think that's going to impact the way defense attorneys move forward in cases, especially in this area? Are they going to change up things in light of the Karen Reed retrial?
Yes. If you, and I've been a defense attorney now for 35 years, 34 years. And so what'll happen is if you have a client who's got the financial resources to do a PR campaign, sure, you're going to consider doing that because, think about it. This had such a groundswell. It was the first time that I've ever seen that you would have so much anti-police animosity in a very upper middle class, mostly white community outside of a major city, Boston. I've never seen that before. Yes, all the parties were white, the police were white, the alleged victims white, and obviously the defendant, but I've never seen that before. So, and I think that's all due to social media and a good
stand by. We are
All right, good. All right, great. Well, you know what, Satan? Your bullshit froze my bullshit. So now I'm mad. How dare you? That's assault. I will say this much. It's not worth it. Those dogs are not that cute. And everything's frozen now. I don't even know if I don't think you guys can see me. This was great. I'm never going to open a file from any of you again. Okay? Because every time I fucking do, it freezes everything. I don't even know if you can hear me right now. It could be paused. I could be kicked off. I have no idea. It's all Satan's fault. It's all Satan's fault. Yep. Yeah. I know you knew it. You sent Dad a node.
I feel like I'm floating.
Jesus fucking Christ, Satan. All that for some ugly dogs. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Nope, that's not the right thing. Okay, well, it just downloaded all your ugly dogs, all your Atlanta dogs. Okay. It did. There I am. Okay. I was trying to open Satan's files, and guess what happened? Guess what fucking happened? It froze everything. Everything went black. Because that's what happens when you cavort with Satan. Okay? That's what happens. No. How dare you, sir? Anyway, they're saying, oh, what about the Here's the thing. Here's the thing, people. I'm not going to sit here and be a fucking asshole to Peggy and Paul. Everybody else is being fucking assholes to them. I don't care what they believe. Their kid died. They can believe whatever the fuck they want. Okay? Your kid didn't die. You don't know John. If anybody in the chat knows John, please let me know. I don't think you do. That's their son. Okay? If they want to believe Karen did it, they can believe Karen did it. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Who cares? But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that they're not victims. They are. Their fucking kid died. In fact, a lot of their kids died. Their son-in-law, their daughter, and John, like that's kind of a blot. So I don't care if Peggy's mean or nobody likes her faces. I don't care. She can feel how she wants. So what? It doesn't affect anybody. It doesn't even affect Karen because she was found not guilty. But I will say this much. I do think that it is completely out of line the way some people have been treating them. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, this morning, a woman in an ugly blue jumpsuit did a dance in front of the O'Keefe's house for a hot minute. She danced in the street in front of the house of the cop who died. So if we're going to do shit saying justice for John O'Keefe, it's pretty fucking big of people to, in that same breath, talk shit about his family, even if you don't like them. They lost a family member. You didn't. None of us did. They did. In as far as this case goes, they did. So I'm not going to sit here and talk shit to a grieving mother or about a grieving mother or brother. I don't care if he has alcoholism. Every single person, including Karen, was drinking. Okay, let's be not silly about it. No, I'm not going to stop, Laura, and I'm deleting that comment because that was very rude, and I'm very surprised that you would say that. No, I don't think she's mentally ill. She's a mother who lost her kids. Okay, she's a mother who lost her children. It's okay to feel bad for them, and we shouldn't shame people who do. In fact, nobody should shame John's mother. I don't care what she says. It's not like, you know, it doesn't hurt to just keep your mouth shut. I really truly think, so what? I mean, if they put her in a mental institution, I don't care. That's her. Of course she's gone crazy. She lost her kid. I feel bad for her. Because, oh, you're talking about the blue lady? Yeah, the blue lady is fucking crazy. She's fucking crazy. And there were people cheering her on and talking more shit about it. And it made me so angry. It made me so angry. Like, I mean, people can pick on whoever they want, but here's the thing, like, it's just, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to sit here and shit all over Peggy or any of them. The McAlberts are fucking insane. You know, that's not their friend, so they didn't lose their friend. I don't feel bad for them. But there are people that they were talking about in the news story, when they mix up and conflate the O'Keefe family with the McAlberts, it really bothers me because it's not the same. It's not the same. Oh, Laura, you're not okay. Then never mind, Laura. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Peggy. I was like, we're not going to do that here. I see people calling her peg leg and making fun of her. Fine. You know what? Fine. If that makes you feel good, good. But we're not going to do that here. Because, like, she's a woman who lost her kid. I actually feel really bad for her because I do consider her a victim in this beyond losing her kid. I think she's being conned. I think she's being conned by the McCabe's and the McAlberts, and it sucks. It's like seeing someone actually stuck in a real cult. It's like, fuck. It's seeing a grieving mother being taken advantage of by psychos. It makes me feel bad for her, honestly. But when they're talking about the victim's family, I consider them talking about the O'Keefes. If they're talking about the McAlberts and shit, fuck that. But I do think it's important to protect the rights of the family, of Peggy. I think that it's kind of fucked up that, you know, she hasn't seen what's clearly going on yet. But I also am not surprised by that because of the amount of brainwashing that can be done when, you know, you're around a group like that. It's hard to see. It's really hard to see. Yeah, that's true, Sassy. It is. And also, like, it makes me really sad seeing the mom and the dad, John's dad, like, to see how it affects them and their faces, and to see that maybe they don't agree with each other. That alone, it's so sad, dude. Because they say when you lose a kid, even though he was an adult man, like, that can put a lot of stress on a relationship, and they probably need each other more than anything right now. And so that just bums me out. And I'll tell you what, here's how I know Paula is a good juror, and all the jurors that we've heard from so far seem to be a good juror, because they all said the same thing. They felt happiness for Karen, but they always say overwhelming sadness for the O'Keefe family. And to me, that shows how grown they are, how, like, smart they are. They're very perceptive. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. It just bothers me the way they loop them in together with the McAlberts and shit like that. And yes, gatekeeping the family is a great way to put it, Sherlock. It is. It really is gatekeeping them and their feelings and their ability to speak out, because people like Krusty Panties and all those bitches, they speak on behalf of the O'Keefes, they say, but you never hear the O'Keefes say that. And I really fear that a lot of the things the O'Keefes get shit for is not even their own words. It's not how they feel. It's these people who are taking on ownership or gatekeeping, as you said. So that's just my thought of it. But yeah. And Hank, yeah. Hank is such a piece of shit, dude. So disturbing.
That's what Karen Reed's mom said a short time ago. Reed's parents gave 25 investigators reporter Ted Daniel their first sit-down interview since Reed was acquitted of her most serious charges. And Ted joins us now in studio. Ted, you traveled south to speak to the Reeds.
Yeah, Mark, we spoke to Bill and Janet Reed at their home in Dighton, where Karen has also been living. They just returned from Boston Seaport, where they spent the night with their daughter and her team celebrating until 2 a.m.
Alan Jackson came up to me moments before that jury came in, and he squeezed my back and he said, looked at my wife and I said, he said, guys, we got this.
Bill and Janet Reed, 24 hours after the verdict heard across the country.
I knew then I only had to hear one not guilty, and I knew it was going to be okay. And I grabbed Bill and Nathan. They were sitting outside of me just to hold them, and their arms were both shaking.
Bill Reed says the cheers outside the courthouse did not go unnoticed.
When they erupted, it made me proud to be an American. You know, that people were behind us. And when it erupted and filtered through that courtroom.
Janet Reed tells me she hopes her daughter is able to get time away from Massachusetts.
Also, that's a fucking great suit. And also, can I say this? Laura, Nate Eaton gave an interview on something. Fuck, I wish I knew. I hate telling you this without knowing for sure where the link is. Because I know you, and I know that you and me are both, as soon as this episode ends, we're probably going to go digging for it. It's going to take forever, and then I'm going to have it in my history somewhere. But I swear, I think Nate talked about you. He gave, I don't know if it was his podcast or someone else's. It popped up in my algorithm while I was working the other day. He talked about this woman at the courthouse. And I feel, he's doing the Koberger stuff now too. Yeah. But he talked about someone. And the thing that he said, the things that he was saying was just about this person who was at the courthouse, who he became really good friends with and he adored. And I was like, is that fucking Laura? Because everything he said reminded me of you. I was like, that has to be fucking Laura. It has to be. Yeah, he did. I got to go find it now. I got to go find it because he said something very, very funny that was spot on. I was like, that's so got to be Laura. I need to go find it. Let me find it and I'll send it to you if I do. You know what? You can be in a bad mood. It's fine. We all get in bad moods. That cheer was immense. It was. It absolutely was. And he is. And do you notice how her mom looks so bright-eyed, bushy-tailed? Like she got a good night's sleep finally. Her eyes are all wide. She's like, yes, she's having a great day. Usually Karen's mom, I feel bad for her. She kind of looks like a little bummed out all the time. I see her cry a lot, just like Peggy. They're both crying in court. And it makes me sad. And it's so nice to see her and Bill just awake, up, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. That rules. Yeah, he brought you candy. Didn't you give his kids gifts? So cute. So cute. Cute friendships. He was on LTL. Excellent. Nate is becoming a beloved reporter. Absolutely. Okay, back to this.
She says the 1-year probation she received for her drunk driving conviction does not prevent her from leaving the state.
I mean, it has to be the most expensive DUI conviction in the history of prosecutions, right?
I can't think of one that's even close.
Defense attorney and law tuber Peter Tragos says the O'Keefe family can still pursue their wrongful death lawsuit against Reed in civil court. He believes the civil case would be stronger had Reed been convicted of murder.
If they would have got this conviction, it's a slam dunk case, and they're just trying to prove how much. What is it worth? What is John O'Keefe's life worth? They would have just been arguing about damages if this would have been a guilty verdict.
The O'Keefe family has a much different view of what happened. They believe Karen Reed got away with murder. Reed herself with her family members and legal team in Boston still when we spoke with her parents. I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Ted. And good evening. Unlike the first two jurors that we've heard from who rendered their verdict of not guilty for Karen Reed, this one, juror number 12, says during those 20 hours of deliberations, she changed her mind.
I felt like if they...
Okay, pausing it. This is another juror. I don't know if you guys have seen her. I've only seen her in like 2 interviews so far. She did not get as much press coverage because she didn't do as many interviews, but this is one of them. Just wanted to throw this in case you guys missed her. She's got an interesting take on it too. And I find it also funny that all the jurors went in thinking she's guilty and left going, oh, fuck no. Because that's kind of my journey too. I went in the same. And then after trial 1, I was like, oh, fuck no. I mean, even before the end of trial 1, there was like certain points where I was like, oh, definitely. Oh, she's definitely 100% not guilty of this shit. So this is juror 12. This is not Paula. And I kind of like what she has to say. It's brief, but I like it.
They didn't pick me, they'd be fools because I didn't know anything about this case.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says before this second trial of Karen Reed, one of her clients had mentioned the case, but she says other than that, she'd never heard of it. When she was picked to be juror number 12, she suddenly had a...
Also, I find it funny that AFK guy that was talking earlier, and I'll put it back so you can hear her again. He said, you know, this is a white trial with all white people, white. And then it's like Jimenez, Paula, the Jamaican guy who, by the way, the guy from Jamaican Plains, he's a black dude with a wife and 3 kids who grew up with like in the neighborhood with he knew the Boston Bombers, he knew the brothers. And the way he describes it, it was very tragic and it was just hard for them to come to grips with. Obviously, you know, and it happened like in his, like, that's his neighborhood. That's literally isn't that fucking wild? And Brian Albert, who didn't testify, like, he was in the first trial, he wasn't in the second. He was one of the guys. Didn't he respond to the Boston bombing? So there are people in the courtroom in various different roles who were all connected by that tragedy. Yeah, the Jamaican foreman guy. So he's the one who wasn't taking notes. And one of the reasons he wasn't taking notes is because of what you said. He has like a photographic memory. You know who else said they have a photographic memory, which I found very, very funny. I think it was Alessi, right? And I was like, whoa, dude. Really love that for them. Really love that for them. But yeah, it's interesting because that guy was like, it's all white people involved in this case. It's like, no, not the jury. Yeah, they love to fucking drink. They love to drink there. We've learned that in this case. They fucking love it. It's wild, dude. But yeah, we have a Jimenez, we have Paula, we have the guy from Jamaica. This is a very diverse jury. So good for them, dude. I think all the jurors so far that we've seen are fantastic. And also varying degrees of jobs. Like, was the Jamaican guy, is he like a stay-at-home dad? Like, what's his deal? I don't remember seeing what he did for a living, but I think it's interesting. We have a personal trainer, ex-attorney. I really like the background of it all. They all have come out at one point or another over the past week to say that they don't trust Jim. They don't say it straight up, but they thought there was something fishy going on because he didn't, when he was getting rid of the alternates or picking from the alternates and getting rid of people, the 2 jurors that were starting to go pro Karen or something, it had something to do with them going away and how they pulled Bev aside and said, this is fucking weird. I had no idea the jury was paying attention to that. So they were definitely paying attention a lot more than I was. So that's really good. Good for them.
Read this one, juror number 12 says during those 20 hours of deliberations, she changed her mind.
I felt like if they didn't pick me, they'd be fools because I didn't know anything about this case.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says before this second trial of Karen Reed, one of her clients had mentioned the case, but she says other than that, she'd never heard of it. When she was picked to be juror number 12, she suddenly had a front row seat.
I couldn't help but see her because I was right. I mean, I think I had the best view in the house. She was right there. The defense was right there.
Did you form any impressions of her?
No. Like I said, I knew nothing about her.
Jimenez says she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She says when it came time for deliberations, she was open to listening to what the other 11 jurors had to say.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
Jimenez says what changed her mind is when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of evidence. She won't say what that something was, but says she didn't find it.
And it was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here.
Jimenez says there were holes in the investigation, but she stopped short of saying she believes someone else killed John O'Keefe or that there was a police cover-up.
I'm not there to say the defense's story was right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there could have been other circumstances that happened. So I think there was things that we saw, things that we heard, the evidence that could have fit that scenario. So again, that's the whole doubt thing.
Jimenez says there is one part of the defense story that she did not buy, what that was and what she thought about the crowds outside, coming up tonight at 6. Live in Medfield, David Bieniek, WCVB News Center 5.
Okay. All right. So now let's get to the gabagool. All right. Here's what we're going to do today. After I showed, or I don't even know exactly what I showed, but it was the Carol Durant with Bundy's brother. I noticed there were a lot of people in chat who were like, whoa, I didn't know that. I didn't know this. I didn't know that, the other. And we were telling you guys about how, at Lake Snamamish or Sanamish, I can never say it right. Sanamahamanamana. I do not know how to say that word. Okay. Colloquialisms are. At the beach that he was at, the way he picked up the girls and he took them to a nearby cabin, then he would go back and revisit the bodies. At one point, there was a claim that he would put makeup on them. Samamish, that's how you say it. Yeah. He would lay with them. Snohomish. Okay, now fuck both of you, because which one is right? Which one is right? How dare you? Samamish, Sandwich. They were at Lake Sandwich, and he would take them to this barn. What do you call it? Like a cabin in the woods type of thing near the lake. And I believe it was somewhere where they put canoes and shit like that. And he did horrible things to the girls. And then he went and he put them out in some bramble bushes. And he would go back and he would revisit the bodies and he would lay with them. Sometimes he would talk to them. He would stroke their hair. In the end, to his attorney, he let it out that he also, it seemed, did a necrophilia. Okay, he did that. It was something that he would be furious if someone brought up during any of his interrogations. Interestingly enough, he also got super furious if it was ever brought up that he was gay or that he killed men. Here's the thing. He, according to all accounts by the professionals and the people who worked the case and the people who wrote books about this shit and John Douglas and all the people who study Bundy and his crimes, there was plenty of reason, in addition to what he told his attorney, and when he died, he gave his attorney power to let it all out, that leads us to believe that he could have possibly been bisexual, really into necrophilia, among other things. There were behaviors that were not known to the general public that later on would be very well known to those close to him who stayed in touch and those who studied him. So as we were talking about Bundy and Carol Durant and her story the other day, I just noticed like quite a few people were saying, oh, I had no idea he did this. I didn't know this. Wait, what? He was allowed to represent himself in court? I got a couple of emails from people that were like question about Ted Bundy. I got 3 to be specific of people who wanted to know where to find this footage. One person said that they had no idea he was pro se, and asked me where I got the footage. It's all on YouTube. You can watch the whole trial. He did represent himself. In fact, the judge complimented him. So I don't think he was gay, K-dubs. I think he was bi. I think he was, well, it's complicated because I don't necessarily think he was bi as in he would have a relationship with a dude, have sex with a dude, stuff like that. But like he had sexual predilections that led them to believe that he would post death and or he would sexualize a male that he killed. There's not a lot of data into why they believe that, but there are a lot of presumptions. and missing people that they have tried to attribute to him, but there's just not enough evidence. But it does look very much like he could have. What's interesting is that's kind of the whole argument with Rex, isn't it? And the whole Asian twink angle, because that's what he Googled. There's actually quite a bit, I would say, that Rex has in common with Ted Bundy, more so than BTK, more so than others. And it has nothing to do with like looks or anything like that. It's more about the manner in which he would treat his victims, how he got his victims, and what he did with his victims, in addition to how he reflected upon them and his interests. So I thought it would be interesting, since we just got off a hot trial. We just watched a lot of trial footage for the past few weeks, more than we ever have on this channel. I thought, I'm actually kind of shocked that people didn't know some of the things that we were talking about when it came to Bundy. Some people didn't know that there was a survivor, that Carol Durant escaped. So with that said, I thought, well, when I look back at all of the Bundy tapes and all the stuff that came out about Ted Bundy, a lot of it was the more sensationalized stuff, but it was also the more well-known stuff was just kind of thrown out there again. There wasn't really any real information and very little trial footage, which I found weird. So I thought this, what if let's watch some of the trial, the actual footage. This is from Carol Durant's channel, one of the surviving victims, which I'm just so thrilled for her. Like, I love that she's speaking out and that she's talking about it. And I will put a link to her. It's Carol Durant. I will put a link to her page under this. I need to put one on yesterday's as well. But yeah, this is the trial of Ted Bundy. You're going to see him. This is kind of a famous clip, if you will, to those who are very interested in the trial. Like, a lot of people reference this in forums because it's so fascinating. But this is his confrontation with the judge. I don't know if a lot of people have seen this, but usually when they're showing footage of Ted Bundy in the trial, it's the infamous him in the rainbow sunshine. Is it the Florida shirt? And he's got the jacket over it. And he's he's having his Alessi moment, right? So I think that there are other interesting clips out there around that one. And there's just a lot that doesn't get tossed in, like the banter, the side hustle. When we saw on the Karen Reed trial, when they go side by and then they lead the jury out, and then, Bev has to have a fucking, we got to have a voir dire, we got to have a dress down, you got to argue for wrench, like all these different things, right? You don't really see a lot of those included in Ted Bundy analyses. So with that said, we're going to watch Ted Bundy, his trial. This is when he's late for court and there's a confrontation with the judge. Okay. I believe this one is when he's late. I think the judge was late on one. So this could be that one, but there's two famous ones where people were late and it was very funny. On another one, his first female attorney, and it was in the pretrial motions, his first attorney, the woman who wrote the book Defending the Devil, she was certain that the only reason she was put on there is to be eye candy for Ted. And so that, the lawyers thought, well, if he has you, then, he'll open up. And it actually kind of was the opposite. He treated her very horribly and was insane and scared the shit out of her, quite frankly. I think she quit, if I remember correctly. I don't really remember the exact end of the book, but anyway, I have it. It's pretty good. But yeah, she had a really hard time with Ted. And this is like an attorney who was like he got assistance because he wanted to represent himself, right? And he basically did the whole I'm firing all my attorneys if I can thing. And she was like, it's too late, I'm out, fuck this. Anyway, I believe she was late to one court hearing because she wrote about it in the book. And I don't remember exactly what he said to her, but he kind of flipped out and it scared the shit out of her. So with that said, let's go ahead and watch this. This is one of the confrontations with the judge. And then we're going to see Ted on the stand. Okay. So I'm going to hit play. We're going to watch it. I want you to pay attention to the banter with the judge. Now, the judge for the Ted Bundy trial was a Southern boy, all right, from Florida. And he he said shit like, you could have been a bright young man. You would have been an excellent attorney. I would have hired you. Like, the judge really liked Ted Bundy. So I thought it would be interesting. Let's compare this to, since we just got fresh off a trial in 2025, let's look back to one that was over 40 years ago, and let's see what happened there and how trial was different. This is almost like more Sarah Boone than anything. But yeah, definitely. And that is true. Tiff, thank you for keeping me in check. That is absolutely true. Kathy Kleiner survived him too. There were a couple of people technically who survived him. There's the Chi Omega girls, they were the ones who were killed, the ones who survived. Carol was handcuffed in his VW. He lured her pretending to be a cop, law enforcement, and what the fuck, you guys? Can you see me? What the fuck is this? Something weird just happened, okay? My phone and my computer just restarted themselves at the exact same time. They are in no way connected to each other, and I don't know how the fuck that happened. But then when I logged back in, you can see and hear me. I logged back in and I had to reset all my settings. It was not showing me. Yeah, I don't know. It might have been Elon. I blame the president. It says update complete. Enjoy your new software from my Motorola. What the fuck, dude? I didn't want an update. What's happening? Uh-oh. Dad may have done too much scary shit on the internet. I don't know. But it just, everything restarted at once on my computers and on my phone, like at the exact time. Ted Bundy does not want us talking about him. Okay. So that was fucking weird. I don't know why that happened. you guys. I have no idea. Let me see if I can pull all of this back up. That was weird. Also, everything is mirrored the opposite way now. Or does my hair just look like that? No, this is, why is it showing on that? What the fuck? It just like flipped me on my screen. I don't know why. You know what I bet it is? I bet StreamYard had an update and it kicked in. Yeah, it just updated me. It literally in the middle of talking. Everything just went bloop, and now StreamYard looks different, and my camera is flipped. My camera's flipped. StreamYard looks different. My phone says I have new shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's not flipped for you guys? Okay, all your shit went down? Yeah, I don't know. Is this what you're talking about, Melissa, when you say weird things are happening in Colorado? Because this is fucking weird. Thank you for staying, E-Lump, instead of Elon. Thank you for sticking around. It's the fucking weird dog pics I got. That's what I blame. No, bangs are on the opposite side. That's what I'm saying. The bangs flip. This is usually on this side when I'm looking at myself. I don't know what's going on right now. Nothing happened here. Did you guys hear anything? Did it just turn black? That was fucking weird. It's Gramped Smell Ellis or whatever. Grant Smith Ellis Island. Fucking. All right, let's go back to this. That was weird. It's Mr. Beast. Do you think he did it? Uh-oh. It's the Muslim gay doggies that you guys sent me pictures of, which it's not letting me pull up for some reason. So it might actually be you guys sent me a virus to do a prank. And if so, that's hilarious. And I respect it. How dare you? They have? Well, for me, they haven't. Ted Bundy. That's all YouTube bad actor says. Ted Bundy. All one word. Thank you. How did you do that? Here we go. All right. So let's go ahead and watch this shit before weird stuff happens. You future farmer of America. Excuse me. I was a future farmer of America. How dare you, sir? I did Creed speaking and I did the shit that Napoleon Dynamite did. I got to taste the lactic acid, if you know what I mean. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch this. Merkin. That's sick. That's the new shirt. Okay. Here we go. Let's watch this. Tell me, guys, what do you think of this? When you're looking at this, Jinko Biloba, that's the new shirt. I will actually write that down. That's a good one. I hope they don't sue me for that one, but if they do, I got nothing. Good luck. And also there are new shirts, and I didn't even show you guys, did I? I'll show you in a little bit. You want milk your bitch like a cow. We do have some new shirts. I'll just show them to you now before we get. I was not for each president, but you were jealous, very jealous. That's why you dig holes good, Tombstones. You're very good at digging holes. All right, let me pull open. I'll show you guys some of the new shirts we got. And I got rid of some old shirts. I got new shirts. We got different shirts. Okay, everybody, let's look at them. Let's look at what we got here. So if you ever watch Ozark, which is a really great show that I'm obsessed with. Dez's boyfriend got me really into it. I did an Ozark Cypher shirt. And as you can see, let's see who figures it out. And it's let me take the name of the shirt off so you don't actually. Well, there you go. Who knows what this means without looking at the title of the shirt? Who knows this cipher? What do you get out of it? Put your answer. Put your answer below. What does this cipher mean? I'm gonna give it a few moments of uncomfortable silence while we wait. Uncomfortable silence. Meet it with violence. Propay fishing cat idea. No, EB, but very close. Propane fishing cat idea. Gas fishing ideas. Okay, so it's not ideas, but you're on the right track. Gas fish, yes, there is and a cat light. It's gas fishing and cat lighting. Okay. So that's what this shirt is. So this is a gas fishing cat lighting shirt. When you put in lighting, all you get is the ideas thing, but it has the little lines. So I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. We'll go with that. So this is a gas fishing cat lighting Ozark shirt. And I'm pretty proud of that one. Okay, moving on. We have this one. Now, this one says, it's a beautiful day for a big parade. And it's got tits on Ritz on it. Now, I don't know if legally I'm allowed to do this, but I did it. Okay. And you can get different colors. All right. And I used the exact one. And I blurred the back so that it looks cool, because other than that, it just all looks blurry. And I tried to touch it up. But this is a great shirt for anybody who wants to say, it's a beautiful day for a big parade. And then over here, we've got it in pink. All right. Because you guys love your pink. And we have this right there. We had a Marcus Jen McCabe shirt, but I don't know if it's still up. And we have this one and this one. And honestly, I think Robert Malecki has Marcus shirts up. So I would recommend going to him for those, just because it's his creation. But Jen McMarcus, I can put him back up if you guys want a Jen McMarcus ones. I can do more colors if you want more colors for the gas fishing. I don't have it set on that. I don't know why, but I will absolutely do that. I did put it out on a day you went to the parade. Excellent. That's great. So this one says, ma'am, that's assault. And then it's a quote from Mike Hunt. And this is just like a fuck you to you guys, because how dare you? How dare you? But also I really like this one because it reminds me of spam. Okay. So there's that. And then I went ahead and put that one in a hoodie just because it looks cool. And to upset Grant. So we have that. Okay. And then there's also a mug. I don't know why it made a mug for it and prompted it to me, but I said, that's a prompt, and I took it. I said, that's great. That's actually a great idea. People like to drink things out of mugs. Yeah, that's specifically Sherlock. That's a fuck you to Sherlock. That's what this is. Okay. So, and thank you, Sherlock O, for the idea, but fuck you. How dare you? Also, let's keep, there's also a mouse pad of that one right there. Man, that's assault. And I only did that so I could put a Mike Hunt pad as the description. So there you go. There's that. Now this is the one I'm the most proud of, and I don't even care if no one buys this. I'm getting one for myself. It's SnoopyDupa with the Stussy S. It's got the Midsummer Hugin, and it says we are not a cult. So there's this. Okay. And if you guys like the shirts, if you want it in long sleeve, I'll make it long sleeve. If you want a V-necks, okay, let me make a note. We want to do V-necks. I will add V-necks. I will tell you they make them a little more expensive on these, so it might be $3 or $4 more, but it's just because that's what they charge to make them. So V-necks, and then you guys want long sleeve. Are we into tanks here? Because I think I only have one tank top up there, and then I'll do multicolored. Okay, we'll do I'm a V-neck fan too. Okay. So I'm going to try to get all the merch at one point in V-neck. Yeah, Midsummer Hugin. Because he's got flowers on his head. Okay. And it says SnoopyDupa, we are not a cult. Okay. So we'll try to get more. We'll get more colors. Yeah, for the boobs. Okay. Well, so you can show your tits. Okay, I'll get you guys. Jesus Christ. I will get you guys some of those. And we still have the Diet Nebraska shirt, which Mia has quite a few of, I think. And then we've got Bogan and Bogan. So we have that one. And I think that, oh yeah, and I don't know if I showed you guys these, but I did make the Clams asshole tee. The war is tough sometimes, and it has the natural slim Chinese tea on it. And we also have that one in a cup and form. So there's cup, and then the Delco Pooper, which was pretty much just for me, so I could order one. But it does have rainbow shit on it, so I get it if you guys don't want that. And then there's a whole bunch of other shit. Okay. And this one I am so proud of, and nobody gives a fuck about this one, but it is my favorite. See what I mean? They make you do like $20 on this one because I think it's like 5 more or 3 more. I don't know. But this is the Ricky Lake logo. Like, come on, guys. And it's V-neck. You can show all your tits. Okay. So that one's pretty sick. And I'm sorry I said, come on, you guys. That I had a flashback to Grey Hughes just then, and I apologize. You know what? Don't buy any of it. Fuck it. You don't need it. Okay, back to Ted Bundy. Here we go.
Swear this witness, Madam Clerk.
I do.
Kravitz, it's been reported to me that there's some little problem over with Mr. Bundy this morning. Will you acquaint the court with the facts?
Yes, sir. At approximately 1 a.m. this morning, my officers that were on duty on the 4th floor.
First of all, state your name and official position in the record.
Martin Kratz, K-R-A-T-Z, Sergeant, Dade County Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
Go ahead.
At approximately 1 o'clock this morning, my officers on duty on the 4th floor at the jail heard the sound of breaking glass coming from the safety cell area. Two of the officers immediately responded to the area where they found broken glass all over the entranceway to Mr. Bundy's cell. On further examination, they found an orange had been thrown through the bars, smashing one of the two special lights that had been placed in cell 405 for Mr. Bundy. They attempted to collect all the glass and they found certain pieces of the glass missing. They then removed Mr. Bundy from cell 405.
Now, let's just take a moment and then I'm gonna let it play through a lot longer. Let's do some analyzing. First of all, Judge Bev is a big old boy now. Okay, he's a big old boy. All right, he's got his leather chair. He's sitting back. He's very vocal. He's like, "Tell us who you are and what you do, brother." He's got a very thick Southern accent. Madam Court Reporter, no longer sucking on a fleshlight. Okay, she is hand typing on a typewriter. It is so wild to hear the tap, 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 tap. The clicks in the background of trial footage just didn't. I was like, what is that? And then I remembered, wait, we're going back. This is a different trial. What they are wearing is way different. It was totally cool, casual day. You could absolutely wear short sleeve collared shirts. And granted, this guy works with the COs. There were days when the lawyers, everybody was just like, nah, it's too hot. Fuck that. And they're just dressed, casual Cuban weekend. That's what they were doing. This guy, the guy who is speaking to the judge, has a wildly different accent. Very, very different. This is a multi-accented trial. The court reporter is not even a dot matrix printer at the time. It is straight up, she's just typing, dude. Like maybe they had did they have dot matrix in 83? I thought that was a little later. Either way, holy shit. So different. Yeah, but it's making the tap, tap, tap sound that typewriters do. It's the kind that you, how do I put it? It's typewriter style where it has the little brass things that it looks just like an old typewriter. I don't know how to explain it. Like the mechanism that holds the buttons, it's that style. So you hear every single click. It is wild. It's not like the court reporter ones, the stenographer machine where you're typing on like an 80s keyboard, like what I have. It's so nuts. Yeah, manual one. It's just what honor. Like, could you imagine hearing that through the whole trial? It's really a different change of pace here. I think it changes the whole mood. Yeah, the judge has a huge Woody for Teddy, almost the way Bev had for Lally and Brennan.
Cell 406, searched the cell and found additional pieces of glass in the back portion of the cell. Mr. Bundy was then placed back into his cell where he went back to sleep. This morning at approximately 15 minutes before 8, I went to Mr. Bundy's cell to awaken him so he could get dressed to come to court. I could not get him to get up. I proceeded to place the key in the lock of the safety cell and found that the key would not fit into the lock. I took my flashlight and upon closer examination of the lock, I noticed that the lock had been jammed with what appeared to be toilet paper.
Was this from the inside the cell or
from the outside, Judge? The lock can be reached if you place your hand through the bars. You can reach around and get the lock.
All right.
I proceeded to notify the shift commander, Sergeant Gallis here in the courthouse, and yourself that there would possibly be a delay in getting Mr. Bundy to court this morning. I had my maintenance crew come down. We picked as much of the paper out of the lock, which turned out to be toilet paper. We forced the key into the lock and did get the lock open. I asked Mr. Bundy if he was
And you know what's also weird? I couldn't remember what it was called, but yes, ribbon tape, and I have some. I actually bought some at a garage sale, and it was specifically for a stenographer machine. And I was like, this is so fucking sick. And I bought it because I have old typewriters, like really fucking old ones. And I thought it would be for that. And then I remember reading it and going, oh, this is for something else. And I spent the whole day researching it. So I should have known that. But yeah, that was essential. That was essentially it. Like that. I have a ribbon for one of these, but I don't own this thing. Oh yeah, there's so much more. Carol, dude, good for her. I need to see if she wrote a book because I would absolutely read it. I've read all of Anne Rule's. I still cannot get over that Murphy Brown is about Anne Rule. What the fuck? I never knew that. I thought I knew everything about Anne. I had no idea Murphy Brown was based on her. No clue. I was a Frasier girl.
Getting ready for court.
And yes, you had to pick. You couldn't just like them both, apparently. But crazy, right?
He says it's not 8:30 yet.
Yeah, Murphy Brown was about Anne Rule. It was based on Anne Rule, the author, who worked with him at the suicide hotline. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Weren't supposed to pick me up until 8:30. This was approximately 8:15. When I left the jail, Mr. Bundy had been given his clothes and his shaving equipment. He was sitting on his bunk reading a letter. He had not made any attempt to get dressed or to shave. All right.
God damn it. You're right. No, not Murphy Brown. I said it wrong. Murder, She Wrote. That one. It's not Murphy Brown. It's Murder, She Wrote. Fuck. I always, you know what? Don't listen to me anymore. My head is everywhere today. Okay. It is everywhere. I got a FOIA request back on a case that we talked about in the past, and I did not expect to get it. And I've been reading that constantly, and it has fried my brain. It is very upsetting. I hesitate to say this, but believe it or not, it's a case from the 90s. And yes, Odinism is referenced, and I'm so angry about it. Anyway, it's Murder, She Wrote, not Murphy Brown. They both start with Mur, so just give me that much. I tried my best.
Did other personnel contact him this morning?
Sergeant Dallas from the our department spoke to Mr. Bundy, and I cannot give you an exact quote as to what he said, since I wasn't in full hearing range. It was something to the effect that I'll get ready when I feel like it.
Any counsel want to question Sergeant Kraft?
I would have appreciated if the court give me a chance to talk to Mr. Bundy.
Well, the court's going to have some comment about that in just a minute, Mr. Hartley. Does anybody else try to bring him over, Sergeant Dallas?
Your Honor, I have two officers that are in attendance at the jail the last
Will they come forward, identify themselves?
Officer George Brown, Department of Correction.
Officer UC Simmons, Department of Correction.
Have you talked to Mr. Bundy this morning? Either one of you or both of you?
Yes, sir.
And what took place?
Mr. Bundy was going to court, and he stated not until he sees his attorney. I then asked him, well, why don't you get dressed and you see your attorney on the bridge? He stated that he rather not do that because they rush him and they don't listen, and he want to see him here in the cell.
Did he refuse to come over? Or?
He refused to come over.
You didn't try to apply any force of any kind?
No, sir.
And our court directs you not to. All right.
Yeah, so this is the one where he's late to court. So on this one, Ted Bundy's late to court because he threw a fit with an orange. He broke some glass. He tried to stuff wet paper towel or wet toilet paper into the lock, and then he refused to come to court. And these are the COs who, you know, they could have took him out like Epstein. They could have pulled up twice, but they didn't. And they're just here being like, look, Judge, you told us not to fucking touch him and not to bother him, and he won't come out. Now, keep in mind, this is Beverly. The judge is basically Beverly, and Ted Bundy is Beverly's Hank, Beverly's Lally. He is 100% giving favoritism to Ted at all moments, and Ted's throwing a hissy fit, and the judge is just like, okay, just tell me what happened, guys. And he's totally like, yeah, you're not supposed to touch him. Good. It's like, what the fuck, judge? Just go get his ass, drag his ass out, and force him to go to court. Do a tailorship business, okay? Put him in there. Enough.
You didn't try to apply any force of any kind.
No, sir.
And our court directs you not to. All right. Where is he now? Is he still in his cell?
Yes, sir.
He's aware the court was going to start at 9 o'clock. You discussed that with him?
Yes, sir.
Any attorneys have any questions of these gentlemen? All right. Anything from the state?
No, sir. Witnesses are ready. We're ready for trial.
Goes to court. All right, gentlemen, thank you. I want to instruct counsel to go talk to Mr. Bundy, and it's now 10 minutes after 9. 9:30, the court is going to reconvene, and if he is voluntarily absented himself as he has at this proceeding, the trial is going to continue. I want you to communicate that to him. I want him to be fully appraised of that. In that communication, I'm going to ask the bailiff, accompany the court reporter over there, so that there is recorded in this record the instructions that you give him and his reply. And if this man is not in court by 9:30, this case will proceed. Is there any question about that? Any of you want to ask the court about? All right. And the court will find him in contempt of this court for failing to be here at this time, and I will indicate to you that punishment or any sentence on that will be deferred until the case is over. I want that instruction made, and this court will reconvene at 9:30, and we'll continue whether he's here or not.
Everybody remain seated till the judge is out of the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 9:30. Who's going? Good. Good. What?
Okay. No, I think this is very interesting how loud everyone gets. It's like a school auditorium, and they just showed Patsy Torres and Alamo City Heat. Now they're like, okay, everyone, get up and walk around and stretch. But now they're just all getting up and walking around. Also, I'm going to do a spoiler alert. The craziest thing that I've noticed between old trial footage and new trial footage, spoiler alert, they show you the fucking jury. Like, you're going to see the jury in this. I totally forgot they did that. Like, I don't know why. Slipped my mind. They used to show you the jury in Florida. Like, that is crazy. I don't actually know when they stopped doing that. So that's something interesting I'd like to look up and find out. Because what the hell? Also agree, you never see them in the same room, do you? Yeah, no protection whatsoever. Things are done so different now. It's really wild. Also, you will see that the press in this, they'll have notepads. They're allowed to bring notepads in. But in some of the cases, the press actually bring in the tap computers I was talking about earlier, the typewriters, not computers. Oh my God, what? The tap typewriters, and you can hear them in the back. And it's just very weird. Yeah, something must have happened. I'm very curious, though, what was the first case where they were like, we need to hide the jury? Or were there some states who did that? I actually don't know. I have no whatsoever knowledge on any of that. I have nothing to impart. I've never looked into it. Just occurred to me recently that, like, that is weird. Like, that's very weird. And I actually don't know. I'd like to learn. We'll find out. I'll look it up. Let's see.
Okay, let's get everybody together. We'll go in the body. Ready, Cass? Let's go around here. But he did not do it. Yeah, I'll be giving him that back. Yeah, excuse us, we got something we gotta talk about.
Here's another thing. Do you see how the cameras, they swivel around and they show a little bit of everything? There are some times when you watch this, like if you're watching the full trial, where the camera will zoom in on a piece of evidence during the break, and it's so wild to me that they did that. And yeah, no, you can watch old news clips of it. They definitely televised it. But yeah, it's instead of OnlyFans, this is what you get. You get like just people walking around and talking. You get a cut of the wall while you hear people talking. You can hear all their personal conversations and shit too. It's nuts.
Any report by counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bundy will be here momentarily. Stated that he would come to court, and I expect that he will be here within the next minute or so. Mr. Alloy and Mr. Harvey remained over at the jail to walk across with him, and they will be here.
Okay, I'm going to read you guys something interesting. Okay, here we go. The practice of allowing juries to be filmed in courtrooms has evolved over time, with restrictions becoming more common, particularly in federal courts and some state courts. While there's no single date for when filming was stopped, the trend towards limiting or prohibiting cameras in courtrooms, especially during jury proceedings, has been ongoing since the mid-20th century. Early restrictions. This is going to trip you guys out. In the mid-20th century, concerns about the impact of cameras on the judicial process and the privacy of jurors led to restrictions. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 1965 that televising trials was not a per se violation of due process, but it also didn't mandate cameras either. In the federal courts, the Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 53, adopted in 1946, prohibited electronic media coverage of criminal proceedings. In 1972, the Judicial Conference of the United States adopted a broader prohibition against broadcasting, televising, recording, and photographing in federal courtrooms. Pilot programs and limited exceptions. While federal courts generally ban cameras, there have been pilot programs and limited exceptions, particularly for civil proceedings where judges may allow cameras at their discretion. State court practices vary. While some states have embraced camera access, others, like New York and Louisiana, still maintain significant restrictions. In fact, it seems that New York and Louisiana to this day have the harshest restrictions. It's very tough. The Lindbergh baby kidnapping trial in the 1930s is often cited as a turning point, leading to increased restrictions in courtroom photography due to the intense media coverage perceived a negative impact on a trial's decorum. So they were taking photos inside of the Lindbergh baby trial and showing it on the news, and it was upsetting people. In the 1930s? What? The debate about cameras in courtrooms continues, with proponents arguing for transparency and public access, while opponents raise concerns about the potential impact on jurors, witnesses, and judicial process. Wow. Now, the pilot program is what y'all were talking about earlier in the 90s. That is separate of when they allowed cameras in courtrooms, because it seemed that photography cameras, it would be the 30s, and video cameras, it would be the 60s. Wow. Fascinating. All right. Anyway, let's keep going.
Just as soon as I can get here.
Are they here? Bring them on in. Mr. Bundy?
Yes, sir.
The court wants to talk to you, man. Come up to the bar here. What happened? What happened?
Where? You mean in the jail?
The court was supposed to start at 9 o'clock.
It was necessary for me to
Saying I appreciate the research, but the Eichmann trial was nationally syndicated and shown on television in 1961. Huh. He was a Nazi leader, and everybody wanted to see him convicted for his role in the Holocaust. That's crazy. This is really tripping me out.
communicate with my counsel, and I felt the issues that we had to deal with were serious enough that the extraordinary situation and did arise, and I apologize to the court.
The court has already found you in contempt of this court.
Well,
I know that's probably the least of your worries.
yes, Your Honor, I have to say that at least.
One more correction. That was actually the Eichmann trial was full gavel to gavel television coverage. But it was not permitted until later for us to do that in the United States. And everybody's citing Claus von Bülow and what I'm looking at, but others are arguing saying it was Ted Bundy. So Ted Bundy was the first in the United States. Eichmann was international. So they aired it all over the world. And that took place in Jerusalem. That's crazy. That's crazy. You knew that? You looked it up, you son of a bitch. You're right, though. It was in Jerusalem. But people were glued to it because it was the first of a kind that anybody had seen in the U.S. He was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death. His appeal was rejected, and he was hanged in 1962. Holy shit. And Ted does not give a fuck, and it's wild. If you're talking U.S., yes, this would be the first, I believe. Fascinating.
I have to work right now, but that's not to say that.
I'm going to tell you something, young man, and I want to tell you clearly and unequivocally so you understand. This court is not going to follow your schedule. This court is going to set the time when we convene and when we do not convene. I've given you every conceivable privilege to discuss matters with your counsel, to be with your counsel, and if there's any more delay in this court's proceeding occasioned by your voluntary acts, we're proceeding without you. And I want you to look up some cases when you go back in the law library so you're fully familiar with where we're going.
Have the selection.
Yes, sir, I happen to have the sites. The Florida case is State versus Melendez at 244, 137. And I want you particularly to.
Okay, one more update. It actually wasn't the Ted Bundy. It was the Chicago 7 trial, which is 1969 to 1970. It involved 8 anti-war activists. Because I know I've seen trial coverage from before Ted Bundy. Absolutely. One of them was that chick who was, I can't remember her name right now, but she was held hostage, she said, and forced to rob a bank. But really, she was like a part of this group, and she was like some famous guy's daughter. Oh, fuck. What was it called? I can't remember. But anyway, it was this chick who was kidnapped and forced to rob a bank. Like that one, I know that I saw some footage for. But this, yeah, the Chicago 7, it seems, was the first one. They incited a riot during the 1968 Democratic National Convention. It was highly publicized and televised, capturing the nation's attention with its counterculture defendants and anti-establishment rhetoric. Wow. Interesting. It was Patty Hearst. She's the one, right? Dude, that was crazy. That was really crazy. And Manson trial was also televised, and they were national. It does say nationally televised. It was Chicago 7, and it said it was the first high-profile trial to receive extensive national television exposure. So it would have been the Chicago 7 and Charles Manson. Fascinating.
Look at the language of the United States Supreme Court in Diaz versus United States at 32 Supreme Court Reporter 250. And the language is very clear concerning that. The court wants you to be forewarned because I'm not tolerating any more of this. Is there any question in your mind?
Well, there's no question in my mind, Your Honor, except I think that the court should be aware, and perhaps the court can tell me how I can hold the jail in contempt and the.
You can quit breaking lights and throwing oranges and stuffing toilet paper in a lock. That's how you can not pull them in contempt.
Where are my files in Leon County? There are a number of officials, both in and around this case, not in this courtroom, but in the Dade County Jail. And
He's pointing his finger at the Southern judge. Holy shit.
the sheriff of Leon County have not complied with this court's order. Since I have been in Dade County, I've been allowed.
Don't shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
Of 1.5 hours.
That's fine. You can shake it at Mr. Haggard.
He probably deserves it better than you. He occasionally shakes his finger.
Okay. This is my favorite. This is why I wanted to pause it. First of all, don't shake your finger at me, young man. Is especially like a wow moment, okay? But when he says it's fine, you can shake it at him, and then the whole courtroom laughs, when that happens, they always cut it off in clips. So I've noticed that anytime people clip this, they clip the don't shake your finger at me, young man, but they never show the last part. And I wonder if that's because they were trying to protect the judge almost. When the fact of the matter is, he was pretty rude to some of the victims and witnesses and very almost brotherly with Ted Bundy. It was very weird. There were a lot of laugh moments, of bloopers from this trial, and it trips me the fuck out. Let's go back and see that again, because that part is crazy to me.
As versus United States, at 32 Supreme Court Reporter 250. And the language is very clear concerning that. The court wants you to be forewarned because I'm not tolerating any more of this. Is there any question in your mind?
Well, there's no question in my mind, Your Honor, except I think that the court should be aware, and perhaps the court can tell me how I can hold the jail in contempt and the.
You can quit breaking lights and throwing oranges and stuffing toilet paper in a lock. That's how you can not pull them in contempt.
Where are my files in Leon County? There are a number of officials, both in and around this case, not in this courtroom, but in the Dade County Jail, and the sheriff of Leon County who have not complied with this court's order. Since I have been in Dade County, I've been allowed.
Don't shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
Of 1.5 hours.
That's fine. You can shake it at Mr. Haggard.
He probably deserves it better than you. He occasionally shakes his finger. Of 1.5 hours of visiting when other inmates have been allowed 6. I've been here 3 weeks and had 4 visits. I've never been taken outside in the 3 weeks I've been here. I've been taken to the law library 3 times in 3 weeks.
Yeah, on at least 3 of the occasions, you sit up there and just talk to Sergeant Pratt.
That's not true.
You didn't in case the library itself.
In case the court's interested, if you were to try to find the sites you just gave me, you would not find them in Dade County Jail Law Library, because that law library has nothing in it. Now, it's a joke, but it's a better place to read than in that small interview room. What I'm saying to you, Your Honor, is I'm laboring under conditions which are causing me stress which this court is not aware of. And I'm not talking about the stress of this case. I'm talking about the conditions imposed upon me by the Dade County Jail, which are excessive and which constitute harassment. It is an attempt by the system, I think, to coerce me and to wear me down. There is no justification for the treatment I'm receiving. I'm given a strip search after I see my attorneys. Now that is unconscionable. There is a concerted attempt on the part of the correctional system in this county to constantly place more stress and pressure on me than I experienced in the courtroom. Now, this railroad train may be running, Your Honor, but if I want to get off, I'll get off. If I need to demonstrate to the court that there are things happening outside this courtroom that are influencing and affecting me. Now, I think there comes a time, and I petitioned this court, and I petitioned the county on several occasions to improve these conditions and to comply with federal law and to comply with their own procedures, but they have not. And there comes a time when the only thing I can do is passively resist, as it were. Now, I have a great deal of potential to deal with the situation, and I've only exerted that part of my potential which is nonviolent.
You indicate to the court you're going to.
No, I'm saying to the court. No, I'm saying to the court.
Seeking ye shall find, and knocking it'll be opened unto you. Remember that. Always remember that phrase.
Hallelujah. But I'm saying to the court that there are certain things that have to be improved. And I'm not asking for special privileges, but I'm getting special treatment. And I'm getting a special brand of coercion. And I'm enough of a man not to take it. Now, I'm not going to stand in this court and insult the court. And I'm not going to stand in front of the jury and watch my chances for an acquittal go down the drain. But on the other hand, I don't think I have to come into this courtroom every day with everyone assuming that I'm coming in here fresh as a daisy after coming back from my condominium or wherever it is. I leave here and I go back to that hellhole of jail. And I'm telling you, Your Honor, that I have got to communicate to someone. Someone in this county has got to have the power to direct the persons who administrate that jail to follow their procedures when it comes to me. And someone, Your Honor, perhaps, has got to have the power when you say that I'm entitled to use the law library, entitled to have visits like anybody else, that the county should be able to.
I need to make a note here. One of the reasons he was not allowed to use the law library is because that's how he escaped the first time in Colorado. He said, I need to use the law library. And then while he was in the law library, he would talk to the guard and he became friends with him and he emotionally manipulated the guard. He literally treated him like a bro. He would read to him. He'd be like, what do you think of all that? And just talk to him about bullshit all day. And then the guard grew comfortable with him. And he was like, listen, if you got to go do stuff, if you got to go to the bathroom or whatever, you can just do it. Like, I'm not going to fucking go anywhere. Before you know it, Ted Bundy's jumping out of a 2-story window and then running the fuck away. Like, running away, just running down the street. Okay. This was not the only time. He was pretty infamous for trying to get everybody so worked up and whipped up in his narrative, especially and I can't even remember if it's at the end of this or the second time there's a courtroom outburst. There's one point where he gives this really impassioned speech and he's just slamming his fist on the desk and doing an Alessi, and then he's like, and with that said, and I believe on that one he has he has the Sunshine State rainbow shirt. He slams his hand on the desk and then he says some shit and then he just walks out, like he leaves. And it's like this intense moment where everyone's like, oh my God, like he's having his time to kill moment, literally. And then in that moment, he plays lawyer and he's like, and with that said, I am out of here. And then he just leaves. And as he's leaving, they're like, okay, you're not allowed to do it. And they block him and they're like, go sit the fuck down. The guy tried to escape in the middle of trial while giving a speech. Okay. And you would think that would be the craziest thing, right? No, that's not the craziest thing. Pointing his finger at the judge isn't the craziest thing. Here's the craziest thing. When Ted, and I said a little bit of this the other day, when Ted was in Olympia, he was working for a group that was commissioned on behalf of the local government to do research on all of the rapes and murders going on in the area, which, by the way, were from him. And some of them from other killers in the area. He was working on this. It's basically a big project that was a bunch of students and interns, and you could say interns. They were people that were voluntarily doing it to help the cause, including a group of research scientists, professors, and professionals from the area who knew the law, who were working on reform for women who were raped, families of murdered women, and how to basically like help with this crisis and how to keep women safe. It was all about women's rights, keeping women safe, helping them. But also part of the agenda was to boost McGovern and a couple of other local politicians. And Ted was working on the campaign. So he goes and starts working on this research project with this group that was working to help not only solve rapes in the area, but also to empower women and to basically make sure that they were getting a fair shake in court. And one of the women who worked there was a woman named Carol Ann Boone. He knew Carol. He worked with her on some of these projects. Oddly enough, he was the one committing, though he was job creating for himself by killing women. Simultaneously, he was close to Anne Rule, who was also trying to get the scoop on all of this and working on being a writer, because at the time she had just left, I believe, being a cop. So she was very interested in everything that was going on there in the legislation, and he put her in touch with some of these people. So when he's in court in this trial in Florida later, he was keeping in touch with Carol Ann Boone. She wrote to him. She couldn't believe that this guy that she once worked with and had a crush on was now on trial in Florida, and she wanted to come help because she had legal expertise. So they start communicating. She flies down there. She does not have a kid at the time. It's just her. Her family, I believe it was her parents, her mom and dad, and maybe a sister. I can't remember if it was a sibling or a cousin. Were like, don't fucking do that, Carol. That's a fucking terrible idea. But she did. She goes down there. She visits Bundy a couple of times. Falls in love with him. Then he essentially tries to like put her on his team. Like, I need your help. And while they're in court, live in court, as court is happening, he proposes to her on the stand. He did this because anything that is said in court is legal and on the record. I believe she was intended to be a character witness at one point for him. A lot of people, including Carol, thought, oh, he's marrying her because he loves her and he fell in love. In reality, I believe they were planning on calling her eventually, and he didn't want her to testify against him. They ended up getting married and then having not a furlough. What's it? They did the thing where they can meet and they can be together, but not alone. That was not allowed. And they had sex up against a vending machine in the waiting room, I believe it was. The area where you can like meet your family, and then people wait to meet family. They come out to talk to them. You know what I mean? Where they're sitting at the tables and it's like, no touching from Arrested Development. So he paid off a guard to look the other way while he banged Carol. Conjugal visit, that's what it is. But they were public though. So it's like there's a bunch of people there. They're technically considered conjugal because you're allowed to see the person, and you can like, I think you can hug them at the time, and everybody's kind of separate from each other. In some cases, there was like a little wall, a little panel in between them, or you could have private time in a different area where, yeah, you can see other people. It's not meant for fucking, like you're not supposed to do that, but it's considered conjugal because, you know, if you want to see anybody that's not normally on the visitor list, you get extended time with them. So with that, yeah, now they're known as sex visits, but back then it's more like you have a private area. They were totally different. Now they have these, I don't know what you would call them, but it's like with the school where it's a separate building, these little small trailers that they let people go into. It also depends on, do you have good behavior? Were you a violent offender? Now back then in Florida, there were furloughs where you could leave. There were normal visits where you just sit and it's a time limit and you can have multiple people there. And then there were these ones that, and I don't remember the exact word, but it was very similar to conjugal. It eventually became conjugal visits, but it's a private area with a person and you're a little bit separated, but there's still a guard watching. So that's the big difference between how it used to be and how it is now. Now, yeah, like they look like FEMA trailers almost. And yeah, they could be for sex now. However, you know, back then it's like you can have a private area and it was usually like a cubby almost, or you would be assigned like a specific corner and there would only be like 4 or 6 people meeting and you get longer time. It would all be in this big sprawled out area and there's a guard watching. He paid off the guard to fuck Carol, got her pregnant, and had a baby that they named Rosa. That happened during the trial. So we had a marriage proposal, an escape attempt, and him pointing his finger, yelling at the judge. Like, there were so many crazy moments. In addition to him cross-examining his survivors, other women from the Chi Omega house, the cops who arrested him. This is a wild fucking trial. Like, I can't even step in this one because it's so disturbing, some of the shit that went on. But yeah, he did that. He did that. And throwing oranges, apparently. Apparently he's just chunking oranges at people. That's another thing he did. Yep. Ted fucking Bundy is nuts. Here we go.
To follow those instructions rather than disregard them as convenient as warrants. So today was an extraordinary situation. I apologize to the court, but I don't apologize in one respect because I think it's warranted. There comes a time when I just have to say, whoa. And that's where we are. I've heard the court, I've had the sites, and
Let me say to you, if you say whoa as it relates to these proceedings anymore, I'm going to be using spurs and overcome that whoa.
Giddy up, as it were.
You bet. And this court is.
For those of you who missed that little fun little exchange, he said, if you're going to say, I think he said, whoa, it's hard to hear that part. I'm going to use the spurs on you over that whoa. And then he said, give me a little giddy up. So now we're getting into horse wordplay. And then Ted made a giddy up joke, which everybody laughed at. Have you ever seen a scolding like this in court? Oh, no, he wasn't killed in jail. You talking about Ted Bundy? No, he got the electric chair, old Sparky. I think he was the last person to get old Sparky because it took too long for him to die and it fried his brain. And then they took his brain and said, let's study it now that it is fried like chicken, which was a bad decision in my opinion, personally. They would have noticed a lot more CTE sooner, I think. And also, I have to say, yeah, Dahmer was killed in prison. So was Whitey. They were turned into fucking spaghetti. Big time. Big time.
I have got to communicate to someone. Someone in this county has got to have the power to direct the persons who administrate that jail to follow their procedures when it comes to me. And someone, Your Honor, perhaps, has got to have the power when you say that I'm entitled to use the law library, entitled to have visits like anybody else, that the county should be able to follow those instructions rather than disregard them as convenient as warrants. So today was an extraordinary situation. I apologize to the court, but I don't apologize in one respect because I think it's warranted. There comes a time when I just have to say, whoa. And that's where we are. I've heard the court, I've had the sites, and
Let me say to you, if you say whoa as it relates to these proceedings anymore, I'm going to be using spurs and overcome that whoa.
Giddy up, as it were.
You bet. And this court is going to proceed on schedule without your voluntary interruption. Now, that's all I want to communicate to you. Okay. And we're not going to have it in a minute. If we do, we're going to go ahead. And I want you to discuss that with your counsel. I want you to know your rights as it relates to that. But I also want you to know that as forbearing as this court can be, it can also be just that strong. I don't think there's any equivocation on that in your mind.
I'm willing to accept the consequences for my actions, Your Honor, and anything I do, I'm aware of what the court will do, and that's where we are.
Then we're good. Bless your heart. I just hope you stay with us. Because if you don't, we'll miss you. All right?
All these people won't pay their money to come see you.
Okay, since this is
You can make copies of it.
so this is wrapping up. We are going to watch more, but I need to show you guys something because Dead's boyfriend just walked up and showed me this, and I am tripping the fuck out. I hate robot technology. It scares the fuck out of me. And yeah, he did a bless your heart. He did a bless your heart. Holy shit, dude. And that's not even the wildest moment from the trial. We're going to watch some more in a minute, but I have to show you this. So there's a robot that walks around town, and it's in training. And it walked into the comedy club, Creek in the Cave, and it tried to get in today. Was it today or last night? Yesterday or the day before. Tried to walk in, and it demanded to go on stage, and they wouldn't let it. But he's going to show you a picture now of it. And it would be too complicated to get it from his phone onto here because it'll freeze everything. But you have to see this shit. Yeah, some of y'all ain't familiar with the bless your heart. It is not a good thing. Can you pull it up and then just put it like right in front of the... This is a robot. No, it's not a police robot. It's a robot in a cowboy hat that someone is I don't know what it's training for, and that's what bothers me. I've heard about this. I've never seen it before. I did not realize this was not a joke.
It's weird because I had TikTok up, and when I went back to TikTok, it was just him on it.
Let me see. Oh God, that's terrifying. Okay, you can see it on TikTok, but this is it. Oh, come on. Is that outside of Creek? Where is it? That looks like where we used to go to wrestling on 8th in Congress.
That's
Is that Creek?
No, that's the convention center.
The convention center. He was walking around there. So yeah, there's a cowboy robot that walks around town and demands to be let into places. That's where we're fucking at now. It'll stop. It'll talk to you. It has a cowboy hat. Tries to get into bars. Tries to do stand up. I'm not feeling it. I am not feeling it at all. I would kick it in the fucking face. I would literally do karate on the robot. This is so weird. Why do I hate this city now? I used to love it. This is terrifying. Now we have cars without fucking drivers. One almost hit me the other day. I fucking hate them. The Waymo cars. And now we got robots literally trying to take our gerbs. At least mine. Infuriating. I'm glad they did. Can we fuck it? Babe, Tiff wants to know if you can fuck it. If you can find a hole. If you can find a hole, you can fuck anything, Tiff. Yeah, we've had them here for a long time, and I hate them. They just stop in the middle of traffic. I saw a cop try to pull one over, and he's just staring at the window like, well, what the fuck am I doing? And he's blocking traffic because he doesn't know what to do. Ugh. Yeah, I hate them. I hate them so much. I agree with you, Satan. It's just, but yeah, you can fuck it if you can find a hole. Probably gonna need some grease. Anyway. I hate this town. Okay. Its name is Jake. Its name is Jake, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. Never mind. The robot's name is fucking Jake. If it's Jake Flores, I will flip out. Okay. God damn it. Anyway, back to Ted Bundy, because that is somehow a little less upsetting than the robot thing.
Officer Taylor, I believe, took her feet and knees, and the EMT supported her shoulders, and she was lifted and placed on the floor. On her back or on the front? On her back.
God damn it, muted again. This is Ted Bundy taking this stand. We skipped the last one. It was terrible quality. It was absolutely terrible and kind of sad, honestly. I mean, it's all fucking sad, but you know what I mean? It's just bad quality for a snippet. And this right here, this is the gabagool. This is Ted taking the stand. This is wild. And I believe, is this the one where he's wearing the shirt? Look at his outfits. because he goes from wearing pretty decent clothes for a defendant to switching it out for shirts and coats, just t-shirts with a long coat, and not a long coat, a dress coat, like you would with any fucking suit, right? So suit coats over t-shirts became kind of a big thing apparently, and I was looking it up because I found out that they sold out of the rainbow shirt that he wore one day. Like, dudes started dressing like this guy because they thought he looked snazzy. He started a fashion trend. There were women who drove from all over the US to come watch this trial and sit in on it so that they could try to get a glimpse of Ted. They would get interviewed afterwards and they'd be like, he's so hot. He's so beautiful. I just think he's dreamy. That footage is so fucked up. And it really trips me out that anybody ever thought like that. But think about how many women think like that now. Think about Wade Wilson and how wild bitches got on YouTube over that shit. These bitches were going in real life across the US knowing he murdered people. And they were like, I just hope he notices me. Oh, and those bitches could be your grandmothers and your parents. And I want to know if they are, because I have questions.
Is that better?
Mr. Bundy,
The limited purpose of this hearing, though.
on the motion only, I understand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Theodore Robert Bundy.
Directing your attention to the early morning of August 15th, 1975, after you'd been stopped by Trooper Hayward, approximately what time of day?
If we establish that it was really the 16th, or did that date?
Judge, there's a discrepancy in the report.
Well, it's either the 15th or the 16th. Is there any question about that?
It's not.
All right, as long as we're not hung with one on one day and one on another, that's the only thing the court was worried about. We're talking about one single incident, either August the 15th or August the 16th. Is that correct, gentlemen?
That's correct.
All right, proceed on.
About what time?
It was early in the morning, approximately 2 o'clock.
After you had been stopped, did Officer Hayward say anything to you?
Well, after the stop had occurred, I exited my car, and the officer, Hayward, had left his car and approached me, and the first thing he said to me was, "Why didn't you get out of your car and run? I could have taken your head off," or words to those effect. Words to that effect.
Did he ask you for your driver's license and registration?
He did. I think he asked me a number of questions which intervened the request for a driver's license, and I think he asked me after his first comment what I was doing in his neighborhood, and to which I did not initially make a response. And then he asked me for my driver's license, which I got from the inside of my car.
Did you produce a driver's license?
Yes.
Produce a registration?
Yes.
Did Officer Hayward advise you of your rights at that time?
No.
Could you relate to me the circumstances which took place?
By the way, keep in mind, he lied about who he was once when he got pulled over. Okay. He used a totally different name on an ID. They let him go. He gets pulled over again. Okay. They already figured out before the second time, I believe, that they just let Ted Bundy go. But they knew because he told his lawyer when he finally fucking called him, who was like, I wonder where Ted is, because he escaped Colorado. And he told his lawyer, he's like, they think that my name is blah, 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 blah. It was like a stupid name. And then his lawyer's like, what the fuck, Ted? And remember what his lawyer said. He had to keep it quiet, right? So he ends up getting busted again. Now that is a true story. When he takes off running, the cop is like, I could have took your fucking head off. What's wrong with you? When he got away the second time, killed a 12-year-old girl named Kimberly Leach. So he's a real piece of shit. And him acting this smug is just completely wild to me. And the entire situation with him getting put in jail, essentially, and then let go because they didn't realize they had Ted Bundy, and then going back and then they realized they have Ted Bundy, and how big of a fucking deal that was. And for him to still act this way in court is insane. And he did have torture tools, kidnapping shit in the back. In the back of his vehicle at that time, which good on that officer for actually being observant.
After I gave the officer my driver's license, he went back to his vehicle, as I recall, and leaned in and pulled out the microphone that they use for the radios and came back to me and told me to go stand by his car, which was approximately 10 feet in back of my car. He told me to wait there, and there was an officer, another state patrolman, who was already on the scene. And he told me to stay with the officer. He told the officer to keep an eye on me.
Let me back up a little bit. Was Officer Hayward in uniform?
Yes, he was.
Was he carrying a weapon?
Yes, he was.
Was the additional officer who come to the scene, was he in uniform?
Yes.
Was he carrying a weapon?
Yes.
How many officers arrived at the scene?
Well, they arrived and they left. I'd say that at any one time, there were, at the most that were on the scene at any one time, approximately a half a dozen.
Was they all in uniform?
All except for Detective Ondrak, who arrived later, who was in plain clothes.
What was the attitude of the officers towards you?
Well, I testified as to Sergeant Hayward's initial reaction. After he told me to stand by his car, he proceeded to my car and he began to walk around it, shining his flashlight through the windows and peering in through the windows. The officer that I was standing with next to the patrol car began asking me questions, asking me what I was doing in the neighborhood, why I was there, so on and so forth.
Did any of the officers read you any rights, advised you the right to remain silent at that time?
No.
Anybody advise you of the right to have an attorney present if any questions take place?
No.
Anybody advise you that you had the right not to talk to them?
No.
All right, and then Officer Hayward was looking in the car with a flashlight?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
He walked, as I was standing by the car, watching him and listening to the officer next to me ask me questions. I watched him walk around the car and shine his flashlight in the car. He apparently was focusing on something inside the car for some time, or it seemed like some time.
Yeah, his shirt says Seattle Mariners Baseball Club. That's the shirt he's wearing right now. And he's wearing it over his collared shirt. Eventually, he takes on his Florida, the Sunshine State or whatever one with the rainbows. But this one is from a baseball club that he was in. Seattle Mariners Baseball Club.
He opened the car door, entered the car, and I couldn't see what he was doing. He came back to me and then repeated his earlier questions about what I was doing in his neighborhood, why I was there. And then, as I recall, he went to make another call on his police radio.
Did Officer Hayward or any other officer at the scene ask you for permission to search the car?
No.
Did you give anyone permission to search the car?
No.
Had you ever been arrested?
No.
Did anyone tell you that you had a right to refuse to let them search your car?
No.
Do you remember the words being asked to you, whether or not you minded if they looked inside your car?
You guys want to hear a little side story? You guys want to hear a little side piece story that you're going to find very interesting? Because I remember reading about this a long time ago and I didn't know who started it. And I just looked it up and it was actually a guy named Doc Hoblitzell, which was on, he's like a writer. He was on Twitter. Okay. And he made this is a 6-year-old post. I can't believe I remember this. And he's talking about Ted Bundy tapes. And he's like, he says, the supreme shit stain Ted Bundy wore a Mariners shirt to court, the Seattle Mariners baseball club shirt to be specific, the year after the franchise began. So the franchise began in 1978. He bought the shirt because it was popular in Seattle. All right. Within a year, he's standing trial wearing the shirt. Keep that in mind. Now I finally understand the curse that has been put upon our hapless mariners, the Ted Bundy curse. And then he goes on and on to explain. And a lot of people parlayed about this. Like a lot of people went in on this and started saying, you might be onto something. Because apparently the Seattle Mariners were fucked and were forever fucked and continue apparently to be fucked unless they stopped. I don't know. But apparently a lot of people believe that there is a curse because Ted Bundy wore the shirt and everything about them got fucked. There was like, I can't remember what the natural disaster is. It might've been like a flood, something fucked up their clubhouse. They kept losing. A bunch of them kept going to jail. Like all this bad shit was happening all the time. So a lot of fans refused to wear that shirt or the shirt with the upside down trident logo, or at least they refused after the trial because they said, no, it will invoke the Ted Bundy curse. So yeah, a baseball curse brought upon them by Ted Bundy is a very real thing that Seattle Mariners fans apparently still believe. Up until 6 years ago, they were going on about it, bitching about it. Crazy.
I can't recall a request to search my car, and the words, whether or not they asked me if they could look at my car, is something I don't recall or construed as a request to search my car.
Do you remember telling any of the officers to take a look at it?
No.
At any point during this incident, did anyone read you your Miranda rights or tell you your rights?
Yes.
At what point was that?
I have to say, I don't think Jessica fucked the Cowboys. I think that old Romo just couldn't fucking play good. It's just my opinion. But also, holy shit. I did not know they're the only team to never reach a World Series. Also, there's no reason I should know that because I fucking hate baseball. But that is fascinating to me. I only like the Ripken guy because he has fuckface on his bat. It's the only baseball memorabilia I think I have. But also, holy shit. Do you think that there could be a Ted Bundy curse, or do you think the Mariners just don't want to practice? Is it because they fucking suck, or do they fucking suck because they're cursed? You decide. Let me know in the comments.
After Sergeant Hayward had searched my car and called in another officer to come in, and after my car had been thoroughly searched by the other officers, Detective Ondrak approached me at that time and informed me that he was going to seize certain items from my car and told me that he was going to attempt to get a warrant or complaint or something of that type against me for possession of burglary tools. At that point, Sergeant Hayward or another officer, I'm not sure, searched me for the first time, handcuffed me, put me in his vehicle, read me the rights off a little card he carried on his console, and drove me downtown to the Salt Lake County Jail.
It was after the search taking place?
Yes.
And after the items had been seized?
Yes.
Did you try to stop the search?
No.
Why is that?
Well, I'd say I was afraid to, but that's not exactly the way. I mean, it's not that I was quaking in my shoes. I felt that I couldn't stop them from doing what they were doing, that they were going to go ahead and do it no matter what I did. They were intent. The questions from Sergeant Hayward and the other officers at the scene indicated that they believed that I was involved in some sort of activity and they were hostile about it. The questions seemed hostile to me, indicated to me that they were going to do damn well what they pleased. And I did not.
You didn't see any point?
There's no point. I didn't see how the heck I could stop a half a dozen uniformed armed officers from searching my car.
They didn't ask you for your consent?
No.
Objection to Rob.
Let me ask you to see if do you have anything else?
I think that about covers it.
I have a few questions.
Mr. McKeever?
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of things. That's not the first thing you told Hayward, though, when he asked you what you were doing in the neighborhood.
What? Excuse me?
He asked you what you were doing in the neighborhood, and you didn't tell him right off what you were doing in the neighborhood, did you?
I told him what I responded to his question.
I understand. What was that response?
As I recall, the response, I don't know when it occurred, was that I'd been in the neighborhood to drive a movie.
Doing what?
I said my response to him was that I'd been in the vicinity at a drive-in movie.
And you told him the name of that movie, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But you hadn't been to that movie yet.
I'm glad, man. Well, question credibility is always material, and these are questions that the court would be concerned with. I live here.
No, I haven't.
Well, you started off with a lie to him. And you followed that up. Let me see if I understand your testimony correctly. You followed that up with another story, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But restate the question.
Well, did you tell Hayward anything else after you told him that you'd been at the drive-in movie? You do recall your testimony during the courtroom proceedings in Utah, do you not?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Really, it's a broad question. If you try to be more specific, I can help you out.
Do you recall your testimony in Utah?
I recall testifying in Utah.
Do you recall the drive-in movie story you told Hayward? You already testified to that.
Yes.
Do you recall the marijuana story?
You don't object? Yeah, let's do it.
There's some reference to it in the opinion.
Excuse me, did that have been talked about by either officers at this hearing or about testimony?
He's on cross-examination and the defense. We got a direct, pinpointed question of issue of fact that the court has to. And that's, I think, about a question overruled, you may proceed.
Do you need me to freshen up your memory a little bit, Mr. Bundy?
I think if you could ask me the question again, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I can try.
I'm asking you kind of an initial question, and I don't mean to be confusing. Do you recall your testimony in Utah? If you don't say so, and I'll try to refresh you.
Well, if you could give me a specific question, I don't think it would be difficult for me to sit here and quote you verbatim what my testimony was in Utah.
I understand. I can appreciate that. Let me see if this refreshes your mind. You recall testifying that on the evening in question, you were eating dinner and watching television until 12 midnight or 12:30, which time you decided to visit a friend.
Did anybody else notice the big difference in what happened just now and what happened during Karen Reed's trial? He asked Ted Bundy straight up. He's like, what did you testify to in fucking Utah? Which was not that long ago. Ted Bundy's like, because he went Utah and then Colorado. Like he killed so many people in different states. They want to prosecute him, not just in Utah. Because remember, he kidnapped Carol Duranch. He killed a woman. Then they were like, okay, well, now we got to go back. Now it was Washington, Utah, and Colorado. And he's making his rounds, okay? Going through all his different court hearings, getting fucking extradited, runs away, goes to Florida, escapes again, technically, gets caught. It's over and over and over and over, right? So at this point, he's done some trial, you know. It's just now he's in Florida. He's in a Florida court, and they're like, "Do you remember the shit you said in Utah?" And he's just like, "Nah, I can't remember it verbatim." Remember, he has some law school experience. He went to law school. He essentially dropped out because he got depressed because Stephanie broke up with him, and that was his girlfriend who was rich, and she was also a legal scholar, and she was just like, I don't know if you're good enough for me, which, what a smart girl. He gets depressed. Then he finds out that same year while working at the suicide hotline with Anne, and she claims he saved over 1,000 people. I don't know if I believe that, but while he's working there, he's upset. He can't come into work one day. She's like, why? He's like, I'm depressed. Anne is like a mentor / mom to him. He knows she's an ex-cop. He talks to her a lot about the law. She says, you're very smart. You should lead a political campaign. You could become a politician one day, stick with school, be a good boy. He's like, maybe I'll change my major. I'm going to go work on this campaign. She's like, stay here. Do it from here. He's like, okay. He's doing a lot of judicial work, legal running, if you will. And he tells Anne, he's like, I just found out that my fucking grandpa is my dad, and my dad is my grandpa, and my mom is not my sister. My mom is my sister is my mom, and I thought that my mom was my sister, and he's just so confused. So my grandma's not my mom, but my grandpa's abusive. Now, at the time, I don't think he actually knew that his grandpa was his dad, but he knew, and he was fucked up from it. So he starts having a mental breakdown. He's like, well, now I got this sister mom. Stephanie fucking hates me. Now she's going to hate me more because she's super rich and hot. And he'd been writing to her and trying to call her. And that's the thing about Stephanie, the girl who got away. She was too smart and too good for him. He dropped out of law school. She was pissed. She was like, well, now you're going to be a fucking dirtbag. He's just like, I can't fucking do it, Stephanie. I want to murder people. And she's like, mm-mm. Because even he says, like, he had this thing inside of him before. That's what he told his lawyer. Okay, so anybody who thinks he snapped because of Stephanie could also be because the whole my sister mom thing. But regardless, there was a trend in the women that he picked up, and he started dating Elizabeth. And she looked nothing like Stephanie, but she had the same hair. But what's interesting is all of his victims looked exactly like Stephanie, like a lot. So that was a thing. There was a manifestation where he felt like a loser, but it wasn't her fucking fault. She broke up with him long before he started raking up all of these kills, if you will. And he also had other side pieces. So the manifestation of his victim choice was more, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, a revenge on Stephanie, not because of her. It was also, I think, really much more deeply rooted in his childhood, especially when you consider the other kills that he had before the victims in Utah and Colorado. Now, Stephanie went on to live in California, I believe in San Francisco. And then Elizabeth was in Utah, and he's in Washington. Okay. Then he gets transported to Colorado. Then he's here. All right. So when this guy's asking him, what'd you testify to in Utah? I think he's being really, really fucking cocky. Because what he's doing is he's implying that he doesn't remember exactly verbatim, but he's also playing lawyer right now. And because he went to law school and he knows that there are haters watching, if you will, which is something that he referenced in Letters to Anne Rule, like thinking about those people watching him, he wanted to almost correct the prosecutors and the judge. And so you see him essentially forcing this prosecutor into asking him extremely detailed things and kind of like change your form. You know what I mean? Ask that question again. That's what he's doing right here. And it's fucked up because he did it. And he knows he did it. And he knows that they know he did it. And he's still playing this game, acting like he has a chance. Yeah. It's not just that though. He blamed all of this on his childhood, but not in the way that some people would think. He blamed it on porn. Oddly enough, porn that he took into the woods. And he took that porn into the woods and he looked at it with other friends of his. And he said, that's what made me do this. But then look at your next comment. Exactly. You know what I was going to say next. But then these were the allegations. So I think when he was blaming pornography on national TV while talking to a priest and warning people as if he was the guy who was going to save the kids by warning them, when really, exactly, Tiff, he was the predator. He would go into the woods and he would do fucked up shit. And I think when he would say these things in the press, especially after reading his lawyer's book and seeing all the shit that he told them, it kind of makes you realize he did the shit long before Stephanie, in my opinion. He did the shit like you guys as a child, but I think that some of his quote unquote confessions to the priest were veiled hints at what he did and where he did it. Does that make sense? He said that he did crimes. He did exactly peeping toms, which were also in those fucking old sexual crime magazines. I don't know if you've seen those, but they're the pulp magazines. He would try to reenact pornographic moments, but with other neighborhood kids. He would do all of that shit. And he would tie, torture, kill animals. He also, there was a little girl who lived nearby, piano teacher, this whole situation with this little girl, essentially, there's a lot of belief that he killed this little girl who the piano teacher taught up the road. Yeah, and the daughter. Let's not forget what he did to her daughter, his stepdaughter, who Elizabeth and other people claim that he loved at one point. But the reason she revised, the Phantom Prince, her book, which I have a copy of the original and the new one. And the difference is you hear her side of the story now that the blinders are off and the denial's gone. She was full blown in Asa mode. She was protecting her brain by being in denial. Her daughter didn't have a voice. She was a little girl and she was protected from that. But now as adults, they speak out of it and what they went through. And it's so fucking sad. And he definitely did horrible things to his stepdaughter, who he called his daughter. And he did horrible things to Elizabeth. So, it's really crazy to me that after all of that, he's pulling this fucking game. He's being petty, if you will. Yeah. I'm not going to highlight it, but I see what you put YouTube exactly. It's really disturbing. Like the things he did with her, or to her, I should say. Ugh.
That upon arriving at that friend's house, you noticed the lights were out, you decided not to waken her up, and you proceeded to drive around for a while. You ended up in the Granger area where you decided to smoke some dope.
Your Honor, excuse me, but if he's going to ask me a question, I will object to the summarization of the entire line of questioning. He's going to ask me a
Well,
question.
if I sufficiently refreshed your memory, say so, and I'll stop. You want to tell us about that testimony?
Do you recall that, Mr.?
Do I recall the testimony?
You apparently do. You just told the court there was lengthy questions and answers about that point.
All I'm saying is that I don't recall the testimony specifically, but I can say that in general that I can associate what you're saying with the trial in Utah.
Okay. Specifically, do you recall telling the court in Utah that you fled from the officer in order to get the smoke out of your car and that you threw the marijuana out the window during the chase?
Yes.
Now, back to this case. Isn't it a fact that you've done all of the research on this particular motion?
Yes, such as it is. Yes, I have.
Have you found some cases on the point?
I found too many cases.
And the point we're talking about is consent to search, isn't it?
That's one of the points we're talking about.
Are you familiar with what the factual basis would need to be for a consent search to be thrown out?
Yes, I'm familiar with it. I am now. I wasn't then.
That hasn't colored your testimony a bit.
I think you'll find, well, no, it hasn't. And I think you'll find, if you review my testimony in suppression hearing in Utah, that it's essentially the same.
That's all I have today.
Can you do that? Do you have anything further, Mr. President?
No, sir, I don't.
You missed that. Any further testimony on the motion?
I feel like I need to call Officer Hayward just briefly, Judge.
All right. Officer Hayward. Sergeant, I guess he is now.
Gentlemen, didn't need to re-swear this witness?
No, sir.
Everybody on the witness stand, sir, be seated.
You previously sworn, Sergeant, the oath is still active. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, are you familiar with the smell, the odor of marijuana?
Yes, sir.
How long have you had some experience in this odor?
I had 3 years, just prior to this date, of alcohol and drug enforcement, drug drivers in the state of Utah.
During the time you were in Mr. Bundy's car on this particular evening, at any time did you smell the odor of marijuana?
No, sir, I did not.
At any point during your search in the car or around the car, trunk, engine, whatever, did you find any substance that resembled marijuana?
No, I did not.
At any time during your chase of Mr. Bundy, did you see anything thrown out of the car?
No, I did not.
That's all I have.
You redirect. Cross, please.
We approach the bench.
Yes, sir.
Recross. This way. Recross. I'm just going to cross on the level. For one matter, I'd like it to just for something like
Now, I will say this, that sidebar looks familiar, but you can hear everything. They didn't have the tech back then to turn off the microphones. But yeah, look at all, everybody gets to go up, and during sidebars, some of the court officers and random lawyers can just walk around. Fascinating. Yeah, you can hear the sidebars, that it's so crazy.
recross. This way is recross. I'm just going to cross on the level. For one matter, I'd like it to just for something like that. It's reported to evidence. It's always that's it. I'm the judge of this. I don't care. No problem. That's good. We're going to be sure.
You marked this report on your.
We've marked the report. This says.
Just asking if that's the full report, if it's accurate.
Sergeant Hayward, I'm showing you a document list marked as defendants. Proposed exhibit A1, identification. Ask you to identify that, please.
By the way, if I remember correctly, I believe the woman you just saw in pink, she is Polly Nelson. Let me show you the book real quick because I just went and grabbed it out of my bookshelf to make sure. And it damn sure does look like her. And I do believe that she was actually there that day. So Polly Nelson's book, Defending the Devil. Defending the Devil. It's not about Satan. Our Satan. There you go. So, my story as Ted Bundy's last lawyer. Her job was to keep him out of the electric chair. He treated her. Let me. God damn it. Hold on. I'm breaking shit. He he treated her like ass. And I believe that's her. She came onto the case to keep him out of the electric chair. He was very cocky. And she actually worked hand in hand, I believe, with Dr. Dorothy Lewis to not only do that, but after the fact, when her work was done on what she was supposed to do, she took it a step further and started focusing on analyzing his psyche. She almost became a behavioral analyst overnight because of this case, because it haunted her and all the evidence she saw and the way he talked and behaved and acted. And she also did a lot of interviews with him alongside psych doctors. So if you get the opportunity to read that book, it's wild. Yeah, Old Sparky. Holy shit, this is a crazy one. Let's continue.
Here's the what?
The same document I have here, full document.
Your incident report of the stop that occurred on August 16th, 1978?
Yes.
Could offer this in the evidence.
Be received without objection, out of order.
Okay.
On the motion to discuss, thank you.
That's all I have.
Sergeant Hayward, now be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your consent. Defense have anything further on the motion?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
State have any other rebuttal?
No, sir.
Motion's closed. And gentlemen, I'm going to take argument on both of the motions to suppress. In either procedure that you want to go by, you may take the state to argue first. Go ahead.
Motion to suppress what? Is this motion to suppress Nita Leary's testimony also?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have to gather my troops.
Are you prepared to argue on this one first, then?
John, I'm not prepared to argue the law beyond generalities. I have a great deal of case material. As I say, I have not had access to the library to streamline it, as it were. I would be willing to make a general argument, but would reserve the right to submit to the court a memorandum of.
All right, I'm going to rule on both of them until in the morning anyway. I want to hear the argument on both of them this afternoon. There's no more hearing testimony. How about Pecano and?
Do that during trial if you want to, Judge.
I thought we had reserved that for during the trial. This is all the testimony to be taken on the motion.
Yes, sir. No, sir, we have some statement testimony that you need to hear and some more Williams rule.
Well, we've got some Williams rule questions, but they primarily will be not witness testimony, as I understand.
You do have.
I take it back. It's not her. She came on a little bit later. That woman was with the prosecution. She didn't actually make it to this hearing. So I had to go through. I keep notes in my books. I had to go through and look because I was like, I feel like 79 was too early for her because I thought she came in 81. Because this shit, by the way, went on forever. Appeals and whatnot. Well, not necessarily just appeals. Like there were so many different victims. So there were a few trials. Kimberly Leach's, I believe, was held separate because she was a child also. So this was, I believe, the Chi Omega. But yeah, she came on a bit later. She looks a lot like this woman, but she's a little more ginger fiery. So yeah, different lady, but also still crazy how close they can get at sidebar. And also, did you notice the woman gets the furthest away? They really still treated women like shit. And I feel really bad for Madam Court Reporter because she has to turn around in her chair and face Ted Bundy every time he talks. And he's up there when he's testifying. It's so creepy. I would hate that.
Some short testimony.
All right. Well, let's take these two motions to suppress in that order. Are there argument on them now? And then we'll.
Did we give you a chance to get Mr. Hager?
Yes, I think you should. And we're going to proceed now with the argument on the Granger. And Mr. Bundy, you may proceed.
Your Honor, there's a lot of cases in that box, and they all deal with consent search issues.
Yes, sir. I'm sure that there's probably that many more that you've missed.
And I've missed quite a few. We're only dealing with a couple jurisdictions. As I said, I'm going to argue the law broadly because I haven't had an opportunity to complete my research on the status of Florida law, although I'm familiar with parameters of the consent search issue as they exist here in Florida and those as outlined by the United States Supreme Court and other federal courts.
So we really basically set the stage. I'm sure you've read Bustamante.
Yes, sir.
But let's proceed with that, and we'll go from there. You're not going to be far wrong from Florida law.
Well, I think before I refer to the Bustamante case, I think it's important that the court be put in a position of determining whether it's Florida law that applies or the law of the state where the search occurred. And of course, I would argue that from the integrity of this court and the integrity of the court of Florida, the conflict should be resolved and in the manner of adopting the law of the forum state of Florida to determine whether a consent in the search that we've heard testimony today was freely, voluntarily, and knowingly given.
Well, you've got more of a basic threshold argument as far as that is concerned. This court would have to take into consideration the rulings of the Supreme Court of Utah, Mr. Bundy, as far as the concept is concerned. And the only collateral attack, or something in the nature of a collateral attack, would be a federal argument. As this court conceives the law, I think the state of Utah has ruled on it, and it is a provision of the Constitution that you're well aware of concerning full faith and credit and finality of the arguments as it relates to seizure of goods under the forum of where they're seized. This court would consider that the only possible collateral approach would be on basis of some additional federal requirement, maybe not brought to the attention of the Utah court. However, so that the record is patently clear, I'm going to proceed with the concept that both arguments, or all three arguments, are in fact open. And I'm not going to close you out on that. Brevity has never been the keynote of this trial, and probably never will be. So I'll hear whatever you have to say.
Well, I think, and I will do my best to acquaint the court with issues that are directly involved in the search, which did not come to the attention, or I would tell the court that these issues did not come to the attention of the Florida Supreme Court, or the Utah Supreme Court. However, I understand that the court has read the Supreme Court opinion, the Utah Supreme Court opinion, and will simply direct the court's attention to the findings of Chief Justice Ellett. And Chief Justice Ellett did not find that the search ruled on by the trial court was legal. The legal finding of Chief Justice Ellett in State versus Bundy was that there was evidence sufficient to justify the judgment of the court. It does not speak to the standards of law in Utah or anywhere else as applied to search and seizure, and the search and seizure issue involved in the Utah case. I think what we have here is simply a badly written opinion, and one which is self-evident, relies on virtually no case law, and a very highly complicated appeal. And so I will say only that I don't believe reading of the Supreme Court opinion is positive or in any way persuasive in determining the legality or illegality of the search that occurred, and it's the subject of this motion. And let me go to the Bustamante case because it's so often referred to and because it's so important in consent search cases. And I think that this court must first recognize in the Bustamante case, the United States Supreme Court narrowly decided the issues before it and concluded that its ruling on whether an advisement was necessary.
She has him. Where is the lady?
Pardon?
Where is the lady?
Where's Mrs. Mary? She's right across the hall.
Does she have photographs with her or cooking?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her. She might have them in her purse.
You want to let this young lady step down from the stand and bring her over? If they're of some benefit to us, if you can get them for us, Mr. Simpson.
Yes, we've already given copies of them. They can use the copies as well as the
whichever one you have.
Our copies are.
Keep in mind, one of the craziest things about this trial that is so disturbing is that you're going to see like the house mother from the sorority, and you're going to see the survivors from the Chi Omega house, and people like Carol Durange. They have to sit there, okay, and he cross-examines them because he's pro se. So even though he has assistants, he wants to be his lead counsel. Okay, he's Hank, and these are all his lallies. All right. So this is not only like unique to see a full trial going on of this capacity. Serial killer was a new phrase, like a new term that had to be coined for what this fucking Dick Bean and other Dick Beans did. Remember when in the mid 70s, when we talked about Dean Corll and Elmer Wayne Henley, they didn't even call it a serial killer. They called it a mass killing because that was not a thing yet. So what he did had just become a thing. Okay, they finally figured out this is called serial killing. So as we're processing that as a society, we have to process that this multi-jurisdictional national, as in all multiple states, serial killer was his own counsel, and that's allowed because Florida, but also because United States. But that still wasn't like a thing where people were like, wait, even if he murdered people? So at that point, people are processing that. Then there is the reaction, like the fanfare for Karen. Now imagine that for him, like the Beatles, and it's all teen girls and adult, like 20-something-year-old hot chicks. And they're like, oh my God, I want to fuck him. And they're all just like outside the courthouse screaming all the time, coming to court, dressing up. Mr. Bundy, Mr. Bundy. Kind of like how people are starting to treat Kohberger. Fucking psychotic. So that's also happening. And then you have this brutal recent series of killings, including a 12-year-old this time. And they're still discovering the bodies in other states. Plus, you have the escape. Okay, so all those things are happening. And then all of a sudden, you have to now process the fact that he is about to cross-examine people that he tried to sexually assault and murder who got away. Just completely, never before was there a thing that was in any capacity as wild as what is happening here. That was on display for the world to see. It's a lot. And then throw in an eccentric Southern judge that wants to be his bestie. And then a guy trying to escape mid-trial. Just wow.
Well, why don't you ask the lady to bring them over? We're not before the jury, and the court can glean something from the lady. Would you extemporarily excuse this lady for the rule and let her sit here and identify the public? Bring Mrs. Neary over. Well, if you step down and sit right there, it'd be fine.
Come right over here, please, ma'am. Step up in the witness box, please. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do you see it?
Ms. Neary, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Wanda Neary.
All right. And you're the mother of Nita Neary?
I am.
All right. Do you have some newspaper clippings that you've collected
I
with
do.
respect to this case?
I do.
All right. Do you have them with you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. May we see them?
Remember how pissed off Bev was about them entering stuff into evidence? This is one of the murdered girl's mothers, I believe. he said Nary, right? Or Nay. I believe this is the mother. And these are clippings from the news that she brought with her, pulled out of her purse, and now I believe he's about to enter them into evidence, if I remember correctly.
Put together somehow.
Just hired you on the interesting ones to show Bundy.
Fine.
Not
That'd be
concerned
fine.
with the other details.
Other than to show reading content, no.
Return off to the lady that you can. If we need to make photographs for the record, we'll give them. I don't want to confiscate it.
Yeah, the one I'm returning is Sunday, January 22nd, 1978, the Indianapolis Star, page 10, section 3. Caption on it is Tallahassee Terror, Police Lack Clues to Kill Him.
We'll see that you get the others with substitute photographs for them. Will.
Can we have this one just photocopied for the record?
Yes, we can.
Certainly can. And it's an exhibit. That's fine. Yes, Mark.
Do a photostat and substitute the photostat for the original and return the original to Ms. Mary.
Ms. Mary, clerk is marking the other exhibits. I'll ask you and show you what has been marked Defendant's Exhibit A1 for identification and ask you if you recognize this newspaper clipping. And did you cut this out of the Sentinel Star?
No, I did not.
Who cut this out of the paper?
I don't know.
Did you show?
Jerry, you're shaking. Don't be upset here. Relax.
Did you? Did you show this to your daughter Nita?
The daughter would probably be the best answer to that, wouldn't it, Mr. Haggard? I don't think we need to. Everything's all right, Mother. Relax, all right? Take care of yourself. All right. You may step down.
Yes, so I just want to confirm this is Nita Neary's mother. So she was one of the victims who survived, and she lost it on the stand. And she was also someone who picked out Ted Bundy in a lineup, as did her mother. And they remembered that it was him because they saw these photographs. Like, basically, they saw photographs of him in the paper and went, oh my God, that's the guy. So she brought the clips with her that day. And she came basically for her daughter so that her daughter would not have to return, because I believe she was having a hard time. Although her daughter is on the stand at some point in this, so I wonder if she came in to back up her daughter, and maybe that's Nita on the left. I don't remember what Nita looks like. It's been a long time since I've seen this footage, so that could be Nita, and we might see her testify briefly, and then I believe she's the one who she kind of has a breakdown on the stand, and she can't handle it, and that's okay. But I believe she's the one where, like, it fucked her brain up having to talk to Ted Bundy again after what she went through.
Scenario, I show you what's been marked. Defendant's exhibits 1, 2, and 3 for identification. I ask if you can, A1, 2, and 3. Ask if you can identify them as having seen them before.
This one, no, I do not remember seeing it before.
Which one is that? Ms. Haggard?
Number A1.
All right.
And by the way, she was the one. Yeah, I think this might be her. She does have the breakdown. Also, she's the one who was asleep whenever he was hitting the other girl, I believe, with a tree stump. He had a little stump that he bludgeoned one of them with, and she saw him exiting the house. So I don't know if that sounds familiar, but she was a survivor who saw him leaving a house where a bunch of kids got murdered, kind of like Idaho 4. Imagine her as the Dylan Mortensen, but there's a huge difference in the way she was treated and the way Dylan was treated, because people did not accuse her. Do you see what I'm saying? Really think about that. If you see conspiracy theorists and you're a little bit swayed, maybe Dylan didn't know, because the way people are treating her, imagine doing that to this woman. What's the difference? What's the difference? Because I guarantee you all those women, they were out partying too, okay? And they came home early to go to sleep. So I think about shit like that. Yeah, the Chi Omega house.
This one, yes. This is the series I was talking about where each one looks different.
No, Clam, it was a literal stump. Like, imagine a log. It was like a thick log. That's what he used on one of them. And then I believe that was the same one he bit, which is where they get the infamous bite mark that they line up with his teeth.
And A3.
I don't remember. It looks like the same series there. I might have seen it. I don't really remember. But I might have seen this one, but it's the same pictures as this.
Did your mother have any other pictures than these?
I don't know.
Well, how long has your mother had these pictures?
She's had them for a while, for when the paper started coming out, but she kept them in an envelope. And after I had seen a series of 6, I was advised not to look at any more pictures in the newspaper or on television, and so I stayed away from them.
You've identified A2 as the 6 you saw?
Yes.
Well, that was prior. A2 was prior to you being advised or after?
Yes, prior.
What is the date of that, Ms. Haggard?
February 19th, John.
All right.
Did
By the way, if she's the one I think she is, which I think, I'll look it up in a minute, but I'll just shoot my wad early. I am pretty sure she's the one who got hypnotized. Because I remember thinking Neri Fari. I'm stupid. I don't know why I think that way. But I remember thinking, like, cool last name. Anyway, she got hypnotized, if she's the one I'm thinking of. And yeah, this was one of those cases where they were arguing in the when they were doing like essentially pretrial stuff, but it was behind closed doors. But it was reported that there was an issue with the whole putting her under hypnosis. I think it was a week or two after the attack, about whether that's allowed to even be brought up in court. And I believe one of the issues with Neri, or it might have been another, I think it was Neri, was that, you know, if she's going to speak her truth, she's going to speak her truth. And people had doubts about the hypnosis claims. But she wasn't putting up with that shit. But it's fascinating because they did inevitably allow that, I believe, to come into the trial. So that came in. And I think that was used in the appeals. They were trying to use that for the appeals or something. And that was right before he got his brains fried. So her testimony or her memory under hypnosis, because she said she couldn't remember anything for about a week after. And then they did that. And then she described him pretty perfectly, but they were trying to say that she was being swayed, I guess, by her mom with these photos, by trying to make her remember. But the fact is, the description she gave a week later under hypnosis was dead ass matched to these. So yeah, interesting.
Did you see all of the clippings that your mother collected?
No, I did not.
Did you see these that she brought here today?
I was just thinking, she's answered. Now, if she's seen any other, I'll let you inquire.
Did you see any in this one that had sort of a profile?
No.
Excuse me. Did you see any in, and that was A2, did you see any in A3 that had sort of a profile?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Bodiford that you had seen sort of a profile on March 14th?
Late.
You recall this question by Mr. Bodiford? Did you recognize him? Answer: I can't guarantee you. I didn't see a good profile, but she just showed me a picture, she referring to your mother, about 2 days ago of a sort of profile. Recall that?
Vaguely.
Was this the sort of profile that your mother was referring, or you were referring to on the phone?
I don't remember that picture right now.
It was in your mother's possession, was it not?
Objection. No, that's no test of her recollection. What is the date of that?
The date, Your Honor, is 2 days after Exhibit
Well, never
A2
mind
there,
what A2 and that. What's the date of that?
February 23rd.
Thank you, sir.
Do you recall your conversation? Your Honor, so I can refer to the one I referred to as sort of a profile as A1 for the record. Do you recall your conversation with Detective Bodiford?
Yes, I remember talking to her.
What did he tell you about having someone in jail down in Tallahassee?
Objection. Find out what you recall from the conversation first. Don't leave it to it.
What do you recall about the conversation?
The main thing, the main point I remember about the whole conversation was don't look at any more clippings.
Did he tell you why not to look at any more clippings?
So I can have a positive identification and that the newspapers wouldn't sway my decision.
Did he use the specific word taint?
Pardon?
Did he use the word, so do not look at any more newspapers so it wouldn't taint your identification?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether he discussed that with your mother?
Objection. Just name.
Did your mother tell you not to look at any more pictures in the newspaper because Detective Bodiford had told her that?
Objection. Just name.
Do you remember your mother showing you any newspaper photographs in the car?
Vaguely, yes.
And she pulled out an envelope?
No, I don't remember the envelope.
Where were you driving to?
I believe we were going home. We were downtown Aurora somewhere. We were driving home.
Did you say to her that it looked like the nose, but it was still not a good profile? Did you make a comment as to whether or not it was a good profile to your mother?
I remember.
Not that soon, but she said there was something like that.
I'm asking if she made.
There's no establishment that's taking place, Mr. Haggard. That's the problem.
You were in the car, and your mother showed you some photographs, right, Ms. Neary?
Yes. A photograph.
A photograph.
A clipping. I don't remember which one it was.
A photograph.
It's a photograph or a clipping.
A clipping.
All right. Was it a clipping with a photograph on it?
Yes.
And was it a partial profile?
I don't remember the picture. I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Do you recall making any comments about the nose?
No, not specifically the nose.
Do you recall making any comments about whether or not it was a good profile?
No, I don't remember. I remember, what I do remember is glancing at it, and I was tired of it, and I just said, I don't want to see anymore. I don't want to make any judgments.
Do you recall saying anything to Detective Bonifer about any resemblance of the newspaper photographs to the man going out the door?
She's already established your members of conversation. I'll let you know.
You know what? We're going to continue this in a moment, okay? Because we're going to be down here soon. But I have to bring this up because, oh my God, you two bad actors, you're right. I think he did, right? Let's talk about gray pubes. Let's talk about him for a moment. Okay? Let me say my piece on this because it's not my fucking business, all right? And I'm not in the business of bashing people. Only a little bit. But fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. I saw the stream. Everyone's behaving, and Mookie Dog is so good. Thank you, Cindy. I saw the stream where he takes that woman whose husband, her abusive ex, right, who killed their 3 baby daughters, and then himself, who killed her little babies, 3 girls. She is now totally alone. She is suffering. She's miserable. She lost her entire family. Okay. Not only is Gray Pubes disgusting enough to choose Daily Mail as his source of reference. Oh. Yeah, didn't he? I thought he killed himself. Did he not? If he is on the run, I think he killed himself. Hold on. Didn't they find him dead? Hold on. Travis. Let me find it. Are you okay? No, he's choking. Travis Decker. Oh, fuck, it's worse. No, he didn't kill himself. He's still on the run. Oh my God. I thought he killed himself. Holy shit. Well, he killed his 3 daughters and he's still out there. So look out. Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. He's on the loose in Washington State. Oh, great. We're going to have to... Well, we'll look into that eventually. Jesus, like soon. He's on the run. Okay, well, that's terrifying. Okay, so that makes it even worse. Wow, great. What a fucking bitch you are. You are a fucking bitch, sir. What a dickless bitch. You piece of shit. Oh, wow. Okay, let me go back and correct myself. Thank you. Thank you for asking because I Yeah, he's still alive, apparently. That's awful. So he kills their children, 3 baby girls, to punish the mom, just like that fucking motherfucker did. Chad, whatever, the guy that was it North Carolina or Tennessee? He did this. He chased them all down and he killed the wife. But this guy, he kept her alive, so she has to live without her children. He's got army PTSD and mental illness. No excuse, but wow, what a piece of shit that guy is. That makes him worse too. God. So that guy, he's still out there, I guess, hunting. What's worse is, first of all, big risk to everyone, but also, holy shit, now she's got to be in hiding. Anyway, Gray Hughes decides to criticize her after reading the story about her 3 baby girls. Criticize her, who has a crazy ex on the run who just killed their 3 kids. Criticize her because someone started her a GoFundMe. And he thought she was making too much money. And he said, why does she get a GoFundMe? What does she really need? What she has to, the Dorman guy, that's the guy, Chad Dorman. So Gray's criticizing her, saying, what does she need to GoFundMe for? First of all, she didn't fucking start it. Someone started it for her. So fuck off with that. Second of all, it's never enough. There's no amount that you can put on losing 3 fucking kids. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? So I don't give a fuck if they put $1 million, $2 million, leave her alone. You sack of shit. Someone just lost 3 kids and now they have to live in fear because the guy who did it is still out there. Great. And he's criticizing them for having a GoFundMe in the middle of a grift. In the middle of a grift, he stops. He's sitting there, grift. Oh, send me money. I don't know if we're threatening people to leave. Please do. I'll pay you to fucking get the fuck out of here. I'll pay you to shut up, Gray. I'll pay you for every stream you don't fucking do. You're so annoying. So fucking annoying. And disgusting. And a bad person. A really bad person. Go microwave some bug juice, you nasty, nasty old man. So not only does he rip on her, then he starts tallying the cost of he goes, funerals don't cost what, $50,000-$60,000. He starts tallying up the fucking totals. I'm pretty sure funerals, where does she live? Where does she live? Washington? Fucking Oregon? Where does she live? Oh, I think they're only $6,000 or $7,000. Someone agrees with him, which fuck you who did that. Ew. Stop pricing a funeral on a woman who just lost her baby while criticizing her mid-grift. Insinuating that she's grifting while he's grifting. Gross. Disgusting. Then he's like, aha, I was right. Chill, Grandpa. Yeah, you learned to work the internet. Congrats. Way to look up from your map for once. Then he starts saying, well, it's only like $7,000 or $8,000. Like 9 tops. Like, what do you need? Like, motherfucker, 3 funerals? So do the math again. And second of all, she can't work. She is probably in hiding now. She's suffering. She's going to need therapy. Who knows? He probably beat the shit out of her. Who knows? I mean, who knows how this dude treated her? She's definitely going to lose her house. She just lost all 3 of her kids. Are you out of your fucking mind, sir? The fact that that was even a thought in his brain to explore out loud to other humans. Sir, that's called an intrusive thought and a bad thought from a bad person. Stuff it down. You go to therapy and figure out why you're thinking shit like that. You nasty, nasty motherfucker. I hope everybody who watches you stops giving you money, because what do you need it for? You don't have any funerals to pay for. You're not a victim, Gray. What do you need your money for, Gray? What do you spend it on? What are you buying with it? You buy lights. You buy lights to put around your cup. Is it brick for your fake brick wall? What are you spending the money on? Oh, I donate to cases. Prove it. Show the receipts, because I don't even believe you anymore, dude. You're so nasty. Getting so fucking jealous of a woman who lost 3 kids. What if you lost everything? You know what's funny is he complains more about losing a $50 dono on his fucking channel than I ever heard that woman complain about her kids. You know why? Because she's handling it with grace. She's probably losing her mind because of people like you. But you don't hear her complain. But you know what? You complain all the fucking time. And it's gross. What a nasty human being. He's like, she better start a charity or some sort of trust fund. Motherfucker, you start. I got noted again, dude. YouTube said, hey, you're saying too much about our boy. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So yeah, Gray Pubes did that. So please make no fucking mistake. Don't support that guy. He's so nasty, dude. He's so nasty. You're going to get this in a minute because it's catching up, but I'm back. Sorry, I got noted. That's so sad, dude. That's so sad. Wasn't she supposed to go pick the kids up from a visit? That poor woman. And to hear him talk like that, to hear him say all the shit he was saying was so nasty. Like, dude, get a fucking life. Like, picking on a woman who just lost her 3 kids. Oh, Gray Pubes, definitely. You're supposed to have them for 3 hours. And we've seen this before. That guy who put his wife in the back of his truck in a barrel, I think. And she couldn't get out. She had her phone on her, but she was like stuck in this barrel. It was cutting in and out. And the CPS worker came over to check on him and the kids. And I think he blew the house up, right? Something like that. Fuck. And then he tried to kidnap the wife. These people, man. The fact that he would rip on them, so nasty. He ripped on that mom for a GoFundMe. She didn't even start for herself. He priced the baby's funeral and he underballed it. He like lowballed it, underpriced it. He's like, well, 7,000, 3 of them, you son of a bitch. She's got to have 3 of them. And then a litany of other things. And that's not even shit she should be thinking about right now. She shouldn't have to. And that's kind of the fucking point, Gray. He fucking hates single moms too, even if their husbands are beating the fucking shit out of them, or cheating on them, or just leave them, or go psychotic. He doesn't care. If you're a woman taking care of kids, Gray hates you. Make no mistake, in my opinion. Allegedly for entertainment purposes only, go fuck yourself, sir. So nasty. Anyway, back to this. We're gonna finish this. Got about 7 more minutes left? Something like that? Okay, here we go. Let's finish this. Anyway, thank you for reminding me, YouTube bad actors, that guy's a piece of shit. Here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Do you recall making any comments to Detective Bonifer about whether the newspaper photographs resemble the man going out the door?
No, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you recall saying that you could not promise that you could make an identification to Detective Bonifer?
No, I don't remember.
Let me ask you if you recall this statement and this reply with Detective Bonifer. Detective Bonifer, do you think that you might be able to pick it out your reply was, I can't promise anything, but I, ... Do you recall that statement and reply?
No, I don't remember.
And continuing by Mr. Boniford, what about if you were to see a live lineup? And your reply, well, again, I can't promise anything, but it could, ... Do you recall that?
No.
Pardon?
No.
And your reply again, I hate to promise anything, I can't, Do you recall that?
It's a read out context, make objection timely. I don't have a copy of the document he's reading from, Mr. Simpson.
Do you recall discussing with Detective Boniford a partial profile from the newspaper?
We've been through that.
Do you recall this statement by Detective Boniford in this reply? Right, but so far the pictures you've seen, you haven't counted him at least? Yeah, but the one when we had his nose turned a little bit did the best for me, resembled more than any of the other ones. But the other ones were hard to tell because they had like 6 different pictures of him, all different, Do you recall that discussion?
No.
No, that moves.
Your Honor, Mr. Harvey says my secretary called me, there was some emergency in my office. I'm not aware of it.
We've got a recess now, and I've got a judge's meeting to go to. In spite of the importance of this proceeding, I still have some administrative duties. The reason we started half an hour earlier, I'm going to be in recess now till 2 o'clock. Court will be in recess.
Everybody remain seated till the judge is out of the courtroom. We'll be in recess until 2 o'clock.
I'm sure they wish I had some gas.
All right. Well, that's pretty much the end of it. I don't believe I have anything after this. Oh, yeah, I do. But it's this guy who is rating breakfast sandwiches. He only had like 4 views. I really liked him. He's just this old man. He goes in the park. He rates breakfast sandwiches. Kenny Davenport. It popped up in the algo. Thought it wasn't too bad. The problem is he does not show you the sandwiches. It's literally him just kind of going over them, talking about them. Kenny Davenport. Go check out his channel. Maybe we'll watch it next time. Yeah, we'll watch it next time. I want to get Kenny's permission. Okay. Anyway, it's just him. He's like, now it's time for the Wendy's breakfast sandwich. And he just talks about how he doesn't like it. But he's great. I kind of enjoy looking up like the immediate new videos. Just people going on talking about whatever. Especially if it's a long form YouTube one. Like TikTok's fun and all, but a lot of it's performative. It's just a guy at the park. You know what? Let's watch little Kenny. Maybe he won't copyright strike me. We'll end on Kenny. I like it. I like the setting. He's just some cool ass old dude who sat up in the park. Little camera system. He sits down. He's like, here's what I think of these fucking sandwiches. Let me look at. He's got 33 views now. 4 comments. Nice video. The ultimate taste test are my favorite videos of yours. I enjoy me. He has 462 subscribers. I'd like to get those numbers up. I don't know if I have that kind of power, but if I do, I feel like Kenny is pretty cool. Here, let me show you. Here we go. This is page Kenny Davenport. At Kenny Davenport. It's just that simple. Anyway, so you can see there's a bench, there's some trees. This is always a good beginning to a video. Kenny's going to come sit down. He's going to tell you, he's going to rate breakfast sandwiches for you. Okay. This is the ultimate taste test. So far, I'm into it. I'm really into it. Please sub up to Kenny. That is a good burp, babe. I love you all. You have a great night. And I'll see you tomorrow. Susan Cox Powell's father-in-law is so fucking weird. That is actually a different case than what I was talking about. But also, same thing happened. And that's what a bummer that is. There have been 2 of those then. That's a good point. God damn. Because the woman in the barrel and the one I'm talking about survived. And then did a whole episode on Dayline about it. But Susan Cox Powell, same. Also with the CPS worker who showed up. God. And the father-in-law is dead too. And a pedo. Yep. Jesus, dude. Too many of those. Yeah, this is Kenny Davenport. Let's watch him. He's a good guy, I think. I don't know. I haven't looked into him that much. But he's got some good insight on sandwiches. All right. There we go. You guys have a good one. Love you. God bless. Good night.
Hey people, how we doing today? Time for a brand new video. What kind of video? It's going to be a taste test comparison. I have 4 restaurants, and what I'm going to be comparing them to, which one has a breakfast sandwich that has chicken in it. Like Wendy's has a maple bacon chicken croissant. And I'm just mentioning that it was a good sandwich, but that's all I'm going to mention about it. Now, the contenders in this competition is Bojangles, Hardee's, and Burger King. Now, Burger King and Hardee's both have chicken biscuits, and I like to add a little tomato on mine because it gives it a little more flavor.
Cindy, I would adopt him if he would let us. I want to go back to what he said at the beginning. This is what made me love him. Is he brings up a sandwich and he says, but that's all I'm going to say about that one. It's simple. It gets to the fucking point. I'm incapable of doing this. I'm incapable of getting to the fucking point. Papa Kenny gets to the fucking point. I spit out the food I was eating when I saw this because it was so unexpected that he's like, and that's just that. Like, I'm just, boom. It's just how I fucking feel. I love that about him.
I have 4 restaurants, and what I'm going to be comparing them to, which one has a breakfast sandwich that has chicken in it. Like Wendy's has a maple bacon
Wendy's
chicken croissant. And I'm just mentioning that it was a good sandwich, but that's all I'm going to mention about it.
That moment, it was a good sandwich, but that's all I'm going to mention about it. After the face he made tells me, don't go get that one. I love this man. Good night.
Now, the contenders in this competition is Bojangles, Hardee's, and Burger King. Now, Burger King and Hardee's both have chicken biscuits, and I like to add a little tomato on mine because it gives it a little more flavor. Now, the Bojangles has a grilled chicken biscuit, and I'll get to that in a moment. So, Burger King, the biscuit is very dry and very crumbly. And as you're trying to eat it, it just crumbles. Biscuits shouldn't crumble. The chicken was half the size of the biscuit, and there was such a tiny slice of tomato you couldn't even taste it. And there's nothing I can say about it except that's all. Now Hardee's had a nice big biscuit, nice, flavorful. It was nice and fluffy, and it stayed together. The chicken covered the entire biscuit, and the tomato perfectly on top. It couldn't have been any better. And of course, Bojangles had the grilled chicken biscuit. The chicken was bigger than the biscuit. And the whole thing was flavorful. It was juicy, tender, delicious. And, well, the biscuit was firm, delicious, and just perfect. Now, I'm going to go down these in line and tell you from 0 to 10 what I thought. Now, the Wendy's, like I said, it's a croissant, and it's just like eating just a sandwich. So they get a 3. Burger King, their chicken biscuit, like I said, dry, crumbly, and crunchy. It gets a 4.
Hold on. Gotta go back for a second. I love that he's doing the. I'm not even kidding right now. Like, I was never kidding about Kenny. I would never. I love Kenny. What I like about him is how quickly he was like, we're not going to talk about Wendy's right now because fucking we got bigger fish to fry, right? I need to know the proportions of, because when I get a fillet of fish, I'll be damned if they don't cut the cheese in half every time, which really pisses me off. But the fish fillet has shrunk, and so is the bun. And don't think I haven't fucking noticed. By the way, if you're a fillet of fish fan, a McFish, whatever, McFillet, what is it? Fillet of fish, right? If you're a fan of that, and you go there right now, they have a 2 for $6 deal. The fillet of fish price has inflated dramatically over the years. It is now $5 and something cents for one sandwich, which is crazy. It should be the cheapest. What? Now you can get 2 for $6. So you get 2 fillet of fish for $6, smush them together. Now it's the size it was in the 90s. You're welcome. Dad did that for you. But proportionate to the bun and the meat, everything should be either the same size or whatever the protein source is in the middle needs to be so much bigger than the bread. I can't think of any. Do you know any fast food restaurants where the meat matches the bun size or is bigger? I think that's why Wendy's goes with square, because they're trying to trick you so little bits poke out on the edge. But I see what they're doing because they're lacking on the other 4 rounded corners. It's fucking bullshit. So the fact that Papa Kenny is taking the time to tell us that the meat, the bread, the tomatoes, everything at Harvey's matches in size and the bun stays together. Very impressive. Wendy's, he gave a 3, though. He gave a 3. That's wild. Sandra Horn, welcome. Question. Which one did he say the chicken was bigger than the biscuit? Did I miss it? I think I missed it. I was enamored by the hat. I really love his hat. Proportional. Yeah, proportionate, proportional. Don't K-Dubs. You'll warm up to Kenny. There's no way it's White Castle. There's no way. Those square-meated weirdos. I can't. I also can't stand Wendy's sandwiches compared to anywhere else, or burgers. I just think they're the least good. So when he said 3 for Wendy's, I was like, oh, I trust this man. Smaller than the biscuit. He said smaller. Did he say there was one bigger? That's what I want. Whataburgers is proportional. It's proportional. Maybe it is a little bigger on the mushroom Swiss. Okay, anyway, you guys have a good one. Here's Kenny. We'll let him finish.
So they get a 3. Burger King, their chicken biscuit, like I said, dry, crumbly, and crunchy. It gets a 4. Now the Hardee's chicken biscuit, That's an 8. Because like I said, everything was perfect. It could have had a little more spice to it, but an 8. Bojangles, the grilled chicken biscuit. Oh, out of this world. It was perfect. And if I brought some of the things that goes with it, like the bow rounds, which is tater tots, I think it would have been even better. But that gets a 9.95. Now, normally I like Hardee's a lot better because I'll go to Hardee's more often than I will go to Bojangles. And I hardly ever go to Burger King. And Wendy's is okay, not my favorite. So the rating is from number 4 to number 1, Wendy's, Burger King, Hardee's,